you do it now?
Be fast because I don't have time to do
Oh,
it. I
yeah.
really forgot it.
So, how's everyone's start to the year? Good?
Excellent.
Starting
Yeah.
good? Good, that's important.
I haven't sold anything, but I just, these
No.
courses are really good.
Yeah.
They're really helping
You're
me.
right.
Yeah.
Well, there's gonna be a lot more in February as well.
Oh, nice.
So quick start for whoever attended quick start, maybe didn't grasp everything in there, missed a session or two, you're always welcome to reattend as long as you email me and say, Celeste, I'd like to reattend session 2 and 4, 1 and 3, or all of them, okay?
And the question about the boot camp,
Yes,
you guys don't have it here, right? And it's-
we're gonna do one towards mid-March.
Okay. Because
Now-
I don't wanna go to
Connect,
Scarborough or maybe Denver, it's too far.
so that is also one. We are also having certified negotiating expert course coming in, Sue's coming, right? So I'm gonna start advertising these things. That's on the 25th of March. It's 2-day session. Sue's actually comes in-house for us. For others, she either goes to Treb or she requests the venues. We've been having them, on let's say every 6-month basis. I had one in September, now another one in March. So once everyone completes their CNE1, then we'll do 2 and 3 and masters, okay? But for now, we're still repeating CNE1 because I do have a wait list and I can only fit 42 people.
What's it called?
CNE, Certified Negotiating Expert,
Okay.
and Sue's Cummings, if you Google her,
Okay.
fantastic.
Yeah.
It's a really good course. You get a certification, but it's 2 days of intense training.
So we have to send an email for that? Or
Yes,
we-
yes.
Okay.
Send an email and then I'll give you all the information. It is 2 days and it's like full, jump-in session. It's every morning 9 to 4, every day for 2 days. And Sue's will literally give you a 50-minute break in the morning, 45-minute break for lunch, and a 15-minute break in the afternoon. After that, you're fully in the course. So people who have taken that course get out of it and they're like, wow. Further to a certification that you can advertise, it's RICO and TREB compliant. So if anyone's interested, send me an email and I'll send you all the details. And then the Academy calendar will be going out hopefully over the weekend, latest Monday for February. And those are all fresh. Even when the Academy calendar does come out, I would always encourage you to actually go on to the Academy website because I can't always fit everything on that calendar. And so there you'll have different locations, time, details, if there is a live broadcast, all that information.
How about the FinTrack?
The
Is there
Fin-
any plan for FinTrack class?
So FinTrack training, we will be having a FinTrack training again here in February, okay? That is actually mandatory for a brokerage and a realtor, truthfully, to be compliant, should be taking FinTrack sessions. Again, if you want to do it at TREB, you pay a fee. We actually pay for the instructor to come in-house and it's free. So why not take advantage to have on record that we had one in November, we're gonna have another one in February. FinTrack training is also very important. Many realtors don't realize how important it is to know what FinTrack forms are, the purpose of them, and when we're using them and for what. You won't get paid if you don't fill out your FinTrack. Let's make it nice and sweet.
Okay.
But FinTrack was introduced, and it's a whole body. It's a whole different thing from RICO and TREB. It's supported by them, but it is government. And that is to avoid money laundering, okay? So you'll never need a FinTrack in a lease. Keep this in mind for everyone. You'll need it whether you're on the selling end or on the buying end, okay? FinTrack identifies either the individual, the parties involved, if it's a corporation. So there's forms you have to know. When they're purchasing, again, if they're purchasing, they're giving a deposit. That deposit would have to be supported by a receipt of funds. So when you're attending a FinTrack training, you not only understand the purpose of those FinTrack forms, you actually also end up understanding what you need them for. And when you're doing a transaction, it'll make more sense to you. Okay, so when we have FinTrack training, I encourage everyone, whether you've been in the industry for 20 years or you've been in the industry for 20 days. It's very important to know things change constantly, right? And especially with the markets we've had in the past, there's been anti-fraud legislations, money laundering that has been a big issue, speculation. FinTrack is that body that needs to take control over this, and it's strongly supported by Rico and Trev, so it's government,
Okay, thank you.
okay?
Another question, for online training, I didn't go through because I didn't have.
Right, so now that you have it, I just replied to your email.
Yeah, thank you. You
So
responded?
now that you have it, you would click again on that link I gave you,
Okay,
okay? And for the most part, you're able to do the do not call, but when it brings you to FinTrack and anti-spam, you would need to put in your login ID, your TREB number.
I have a trip number, but I didn't have a passport for the searches because I have it till January 29 for part 2 in trade new market, but I didn't.
So you don't have password yet?
Yes.
It's okay, that's fine.
Can I wait for?
Yeah, absolutely. What I do need, and really if anyone hasn't completed it, is always that FinTrack quiz. That I have to submit monthly, okay? Because we get, let's say, mini audits, and then every 6 to 8 months, we get a big audit from FinTrack, okay? And the realtors want to prove that they're educated on this, and even if you make a mistake, no one's gonna say you don't know what you're doing. It's actually something for us to understand as well when you're involved in a transaction and when we're giving out training, okay? So, very encouraging. All right, I just wanna see if the clicker's working.
So how long have you been doing this?
Almost 3 years, close to 3 years.
Well, me, I got the license in 2008, but I just started. No, I mean, I just started full time.
Oh, you just.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was working from my house. I never used the license.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, considering you, I did some things like here and there, do videos and part-time. But that's never was.
All right, I'm just gonna go grab Sandra and I'll be here shortly, okay?
A lot of things that I didn't know before because I never took a training or anything.
Oh, yeah, I see.
Flomia.
My name is Hope. It's a bit, yeah, I'm gonna need this one. Hi, good morning. How's it going? Nice to see everyone. We do have to turn these lights off a little bit. This is the front. You know, I was complaining, I put some lip gloss so I can actually talk, because you know, with all this. Thank you so much.
No
Celeste.
problem, Sam.
Doesn't she look nice with curly hair?
Yeah.
This is like the hair won't go straight.
I like it on
It's
you.
natural, but
It's nice though, never mind.
it's crazy like I am.
Oh, perfect.
But they think it was disaster here, right?
It drives me crazy. Girls, are you with me on that one?
Yeah.
Like, what the heck?
I just picked my lipstick on Tim Hortons cup.
Good morning.
That's a good gift.
It is. Welcome. What's that? My God, it drives
Happy
me
New Year, by
crazy.
the way.
Oh,
I
happy
didn't
New
see
Year.
you.
I know.
How are you doing?
You know, it's so crazy because it's been months since I've seen you.
I know.
And now it feels like nothing. Like it feels like, oh,
No,
it's
we
just like
saw each other at the
at the party, which was
That's it.
November.
Yeah, November.
Honest to goodness, like crazy.
December passed, like, you know,
Oh,
with
I
Christmas and New Year,
And
like,
I blinked. Everything was just an eye blink.
January the same, beginning, and then that's it, here I am.
Right? How's your husband?
He's fine, thanks.
Family's okay?
Some problems with mom and dad, but okay, overall.
Everybody's good.
Yeah, I don't know, we'll see.
Life is like this. Let the full moon pass.
Yeah, you're right.
Let the full moon
You're
pass.
right.
Can everybody see that okay? It's a little bit on the faint side. We can turn off
Turn
the
off
lights.
the
Mhm. If you want, we can turn off the lights altogether, but then it'll be quite dark. I don't mind if we're in the dark because I look younger, so I'm okay with that. But I want to make sure you guys are comfortable. Shall we try it with the lights off and see? All right, guys, yeah? Okay, I'm gonna close this here. Can I trouble you to close that door in the back, sir? Excuse me? Can I trouble you to close that door in the back? Is that too dark for you guys?
No, we're good.
We're good? Okay. So then we'll do it because it's important that you see the screen. And I'm gonna grab a marker. And, oh, it's right here, actually, Celeste, thank God, she's amazing. Okay, so let's get acquainted. Some of you guys already know. And you don't sit together? You get sick of each other.
Yeah.
Husband and wife, and I always see them in different spots. That's how you keep it fresh and young.
Got it.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, Dina. Good morning and welcome. Afa, good morning. Sharon. Oh, you're Sharon. Okay, welcome, Sharon. We haven't met. Which office are you in?
Here.
Head office. Welcome. Wonderful. Nice to meet you. I've got another Sharon. I have two Sharons. I've got Sharon. Oh no, you're on here twice, Sharon. You were eager and you got registered twice. Sonia. Do you have Sonia here? Joanna. Good morning, Joanna. Welcome. You're a new face.
Yes.
Are you new
I'm
with
very
us?
new.
Oh,
Yes, I
very
just signed
nice.
up with phone office
Very nice. Welcome. When did you sign up?
just a week ago.
Oh heavens, we're gonna have fun picking on you then. You're the new DA.
Please.
I'm at the phone office too.
Oh, very nice.
Nice meeting you, Tanya.
Very nice. Welcome, Joanna.
Thank
Welcome
you.
to class and to Royal LePage.
Thank you very
Welcome.
much. It's my first training.
Oh my God.
Officially.
I feel pressure now.
So I'm gonna be picking on you.
That's it. I love it. Oh, I like that. That's awesome. Awesome. Karen. Hi, good morning, Karen. I saw you in the car this morning. You were here super early.
I know.
Leanne? Leanne? Yes. Look at that. You walked in right at the right time, girl. Welcome. Get yourself settled, hun. Mohammed. There's only two guys in the class here, so I'm assuming one of you is Mohammed. I know you're not. What's your name, sir? What's that? You're not on here. Oh, there you are, down here. Okay, so Mohammed's not here. Flania, you're here. Mojan is here, and there's a few. Susan, I know you were told last night. I was trying to give him the instructions, but he goes, oh, I'm gonna get Susan to come. I said, okay, no problem. No problem. Who did I miss? Okay, do me a favor. Spell your name.
From yesterday.
I'm so glad. How do you spell your name though, just so I don't mess?
T-O-R-A.
Okay. And did I miss anybody else? Oh, yes.
Oh,
And
yeah.
P-O-A?
P-O-U-L-I-A.
L-I-A. I want to do it like it's in Italian.
Paula.
Paola.
Paola.
Yeah, in Italian, but we got the A instead of the U. Excellent. So you guys all set? Coffees? Everybody set? Cell phones on silent? I only need your attention for 2 hours, guys. So I really, really would like it if we don't use our cell phones. And I totally get it. It's an extension of us. If there's an emergency, I certainly understand that. What I find though sometimes is someone goes to take a call and then they come back and they ask the question that we just discussed. So not for me, because I'm okay with that, but out of respect for each other, we can put those cell phones on silent, okay? Because this course here is, I don't want to say that it's heavy, but it does need attention in order to get through it and really have a good understanding of it. Okay, so let's begin. Does everybody know me? Do I have to explain who I am? Yes, you don't know? Okay, my name is Sandra. I'm Coach Sandra. So my name is Sandra Porretta. I've been with the company since, I think it's now 19 years. I've been in real estate for 22 years. You know, you new guys, like you guys want to be like extending, you know, I've been in the industry approximately 2 years, right? Well, I remember those days. Now I'm like, oh, geez, can I bring it down? Can I bring it down? I've been in the industry 22 years. That's licensed. I did actually, so it's 24 years in total. And I'm like, oh, I'm just getting depressed as I tell you guys more about me. But anyway, but I've been in the industry a long time. I'm still licensed. I still do sell. And I still get on the phones and prospect because I like to know what you guys are dealing with. It's one thing for me to teach you guys based on my glory years, but that's not going to help you guys at all. I need to know what you guys are feeling and dealing with today. So I keep myself on top of things. I've done quite a few things in the 22, 24 years. So I have I've always been with this company. For a short while, I worked with another company, but for 19 years, I have been with Royal LePage Community Realty. And for me, there's nowhere else to go because the service is amazing. It's well run. I know that my business is well protected. I know my clients are well protected. With the market changing, there's been a lot of talk, and you're hearing about some brokers that are dipping into the commission or trust funds. That's not a good sign. It's not a good sign. So this is good for you to know, because when you are out there having conversations with your clients, it's important that they understand the power that you have because you belong to a powerful company. It's very important. So what else have I done here? I've been a top producing sales agent for ever since I started, and I've managed for Vivian. I've helped her open offices. I've run builders sites. I've assisted Vivian for a good number of years. I was her right arm for about 5 years, but I've always coached. I have coached since 2004. And I really, really enjoy this aspect of the business. I really love helping people. And I've coached agents with Richard Robbins. Is anybody familiar with the Richard Robbins Association? Yes, so I was one of their coaches, and I got to coach agents all over North America. That was a pretty interesting experience to see, especially because I was coaching at the time that the real estate market in the States tanked. Does anybody remember that time?
2008.
Yeah, and I was with the Richard Robbins company at that time, and that was so difficult to hear people like, I mean, they were selling homes, but now it was well under the value of what the mortgage even was. Like, people just lost so much money. But I got to tell you, in that experience there, I did have agents that were succeeding. And I'll never forget one lady, she's in Mobile, Alabama. Is that how you, I think that's how you pronounce Mobile or Mobile, right? But I remember it as Mobile, and I'll tell you why. That lady made, and you got to remember, this is in 2008, she made at least 100,000 when she coached with me. Having said that, though, she was selling mobile homes.
But the prices went down.
Right. So when everybody was tanking, she was making a lot of money. Why? Because she adjusted. She adjusted to what the market conditions would allow her. And so I share that with you because let me tell you, real estate is like a roller coaster. It's up and down, up and down. It's constantly. And I find your mindset is going to be like a roller coaster, up and down, up and down, up and down, right? So what we do as a company and even as your coaches, what we want to do is we want to eliminate those high peaks and low peaks as well, right? Those low dips. We try to make it a little bit smoother. And that's the purpose of this course, okay? Because when you're doing geographic farming, it makes it a lot easier to have a stable business. It makes it easier, okay? But we'll talk a little bit more because I want to get started. I'm actually excited and I talk too much, so I'm going to keep going here. We're going to stay focused. In your book, there is exactly whatever it is that you're seeing on the screen so that you can actually take away, because this course has quite a bit. And yes, you sat down where there wasn't a book. Okay, can we pass them a book, please? There we go. I know you stayed way in the back there. Like, we don't smell. I know, I'm teasing you. I know you need something to plug in. I understand. I'm just teasing. What I'm really excited though is everybody is up at the front, which is not usual, and I'm happy because if anybody that knows me likes it when I have the crowd close to me. It just has a different feel. All right, so here we go. Here's the course map. This is what we're going to be looking at today. So we're going to be talking about, of course, developing your farm area. We're going to be planning for success. We're going to be analyzing the farm area, and we're going to be obviously talking about working your farm. And we're going to avoid the number one mistake. What do you think the number one mistake is? I'm curious when it comes to farming.
Choosing the right farming area.
Choosing the right farming area. Okay, to some extent, yes. Should I leave you guys in suspense? I'm gonna leave you in suspense.
Yes.
What's the number one mistake? I like that, yes.
Don't farming continuously.
Continuously, because it's that stop and go. So someone will dump like thousands of dollars, and they blanket an area. They'll pay, I don't know, I've seen some agents do some really interesting things, like pay $8,000 and they blanket all of Richmond Hill or something one time. And they're like, but I didn't get anything. I'm like, no kidding. No kidding. And now they can't do it. So they did it that 1 week, and now they can't continue because they've depleted themselves, right? So it's it is interesting, but you're right, it's the consistency. This business takes persistence and consistency. Right, Moshe?
Yes.
I love her because I cannot tell you, she's one of the most skilled agents I've ever met. And I always tease her because you got what it takes, girl, honestly. And I commend you because Mojan actually came to the Ajax course a couple of months ago. She actually drove all the way out there just to get this, and you're here again. And I'm so proud to see you constantly sticking to it. So well done, my dear. All right, let's keep going, guys. Now it's time to harvest. Now, I'm going to tell you, geographic farming does take time. It's not going to happen overnight. So you're going to start, and there is very much a process to it, okay? And if you miss a step in the process, it will hinder your, sorry, I've got my stuff here. Let me put it over here. Yeah, you're okay? Thank you. It will hinder your process and the amount that you harvest. So think about real estate as this. You're either hunting or you are farming. You're either a hunter or you're farming. When are you a hunter? Prospecting, right? Lead generation. You got to hunt for those leads. And when are you a farmer?
Lead generation.
That's right. When you're advertising, right? It's a different kind of lead generation. It's planting seeds, right? And you're making sure that those seeds take root and they grow, right? That's what a farmer does. So your client is a potential, right? So that's the seed. And it's the relationship that you build and the way that you educate them, all of those things, right? That creates a farmer, okay? So that's the farming aspect of it. Okay, so let's talk about, I'm just gonna pull everything here because I don't wanna keep going. Whoops, I went a little too far. There we go. I like when it's all on the screen and then I can just point, because I got this really cool thing, see that? And it shows up even more in the dark. I love it. Okay, so we're gonna talk about developing your farm area. Selecting a farm area. Ideally, it's 500 homes to 1,000 homes. Now, this is very much adjustable, okay? And it all depends on whatever your budget is. So let's say your budget will not handle 500, that's okay, don't do it. Start with like 5 streets. The thing is, it's not about perfection, it's about progress, right? And that progress will get you eventually. Sometimes when we're feeling stressed out because money is not enough and we can't make ends meet, like that's, you know, most of us start a business like that, right? And if you are in that, it becomes, your headspace becomes very difficult sometimes to take on, you know, a big number, okay? And maybe 500 will feel like a big number. Everybody's a little bit different. So if you want to scale that back a bit, go ahead and do that. But here's the object of this game, okay? It's called guerrilla marketing. Is anybody familiar with guerrilla marketing? Okay. What about guerrilla warfare? Is anybody familiar with that? So tell me what you know about guerrilla marketing.
Actually, I've heard about that some years ago, but I think now it's it's a go somewhere, and then when you are take away from that, and then go again and again.
That's it, exactly. Okay, so now just to articulate what Susan is saying, what you do is, here's your 500 homes, okay? Now, obviously, most of your farm areas are not going to be just 500 homes, right? Now, in some cases, again, if you're finding 500 is not affordable for you, or you can't wrap your head around it, maybe stress-wise, it's not something, then cut it in half. Who says, right? Who says? You can do 250, that's fine. But the recommended is 500 to 1,000 minimum. That's what's recommended. But at the end of the day, what I've learned as a coach, anything goes, as long as you're consistent and persistent, okay? But eventually what ends up happening is you will infiltrate the area. So the key here is to actually infiltrate one area at a time. When these people know who you are, then you move on to the next area, okay? And then once the 1,000 people know who you are, then you move on to the next area, and so on, okay? But see how difficult it is. If I was try to blanket this, it'd be harder for people because I would not be able to spend the same kind of time and dedication to that one little spot as I would if it was the whole thing. When I was saying, is anybody familiar with guerrilla warfare? The reason why I was asking you that is because this concept is taken from guerrilla warfare, okay? And so let's think about it. Now, forget that we're realtors just for a moment, okay? Just forget. And we are military leaders, okay? We're military leaders. We got to infiltrate an area, right? What's one of the largest countries that we know? Someone throw something out at me. Russia, very large. That's very large geographically. It's huge. And isn't that the largest one, right? So can you imagine now, I'm a military leader and I want to take over Russia. I'm going to take my resources and I'm going to blanket all of Russia. How well am I going to do? How long am I going to last? What happens? What's that?
Not much.
Not much. My crew is going to get exhausted. I'm going to run out of funds. And because I weakened my blanket, right, by spreading it all across Russia, I've weakened my position, right? So what I would do is I would take a town and I would infiltrate. I would actually make a decision which town is easiest to take over. And I would start with that. That doesn't mean I'm not going to take over the towns that are a little more, or the cities that are a little harder. It just means I'm going to start with the ones that are a little bit easier, okay? So I'm going to start small and I'm going to work my way, okay? And that's how we approach this. Now, since we're at this here, we're going to talk about it more again, but I want to go with the flow a little bit here too. What am I going to infiltrate here with? How am I going to do this? I got a geographic farm. I've got 500 homes, or maybe I have 250 homes, whatever it is that you decide. What am I going to do to get attention in my area?
Send flyers.
Send flyers, right? So I call that print prospecting. What else am I going to do?
Door knock.
Door knock. What else?
Cold call.
Calls, right? So phone call. Anything else? That's pretty much the basics, right? There are other things that one can do, like community events. You can go hog wild. But what I want you guys to do are the basics first. And the key is now, what am I going to say to 500 people? What am I going to flyer? How many times, right? So when it comes to print prospecting, studies show once every 3 weeks. Okay, that is the magic number. But there's 4 weeks in every month, right? So sometimes, again, if we're looking at maybe a tired mindset, or we want ease, you know, because we got so much other things to worry about, you can just do it once a month. Okay, put it on a calendar once a month and you'll still be effective. Okay, once a month. Now, you may want to do a little bit more just to get an edge on it and do it twice, but that depends on your budget. Okay, or some people, when they first infiltrate an area, they're flyering it once a week. Okay, but that I will leave up to you and your budget. The minimum is once a month. Okay, if you want to do more, go for it. But if you don't have the funds, because print prospecting costs money, right? the easiest way to do it is door knock and get on the phones, because that really doesn't cost you anything. Now, I know a lot of agents say, oh my God, I'm gonna go door knocking, what do I need to bring? Yourself. Bring a card, bring yourself, carry a notepad, know your area, and that's it. Be interested in the people that you're talking to. Be interested in them. Have a conversation about real estate. Have a conversation about their home, where their home stands in all of this, right? So be interested in them. Okay. Door knocking and phone call. That is the same thing, just one is face-to-face, the other is on the phone. Make sure that you get comfortable doing both, because this is going to be the foundation to your business. Now, will you have to do this forever? No. Okay. But if you're a new agent and you don't know anybody in your area, and bless you, and you're establishing yourself, you got to get on the phones and you have to go door knocking if you want to succeed. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about it. But that is not what you got to do forever, okay? And certainly as you go along, you'll be easing up on the type of activity, okay? So now what am I going to prospect? What am I going to door knock? What am I going to phone call? The best and easiest thing to do is to call with information or go to the door with information. There are 3 types. So there's 2 types of prospecting. I don't want to waste paper, so I'm going to do it over here. There's active prospecting, and then there's passive prospecting. Now, within the passive and active prospecting, there's really 3 types of prospecting. One is what is called cold. The other is what is called warm. And the other is hot. Okay? Cold is when you call someone up and say, hi, when do you plan on moving? You're not interested in having a conversation about anything else. I'm just calling to see, are you thinking about making a move? No? Okay, thanks, bye. I'm not saying that that doesn't work. Some agents do it, but I haven't seen it be extremely successful. And me personally, if you want to drive yourself quickly out of this business, make sure you do lots of cold calls. Okay? Warm calls are when you call with information. Now you start being interested in the other person, right? Cold calls are when you're totally being interesting. It's all about you. But a warm call, you're being interested in them. You're being of service to them. You're wanting to give them information. So a warm call would consist of a just listed. We've just listed a property in your area, or it just sold. Property just sold in your area, or maybe you've got a buyer that's looking to make a move, or maybe you just want to do a service call. You know, there's been a lot of stuff happening in the news about real estate, and I wanted to, you know, speak with my neighbors and see if they had any questions about real estate. I've got accurate access to what is actually happening in our area, and that's the truth, ladies and gentlemen. The news can say whatever they want to say, and they can twist and turn the numbers and say the market is up and the market is down, and they can say whatever. But you have access to the MLS. You have access to what is actually happening out there. So you are the ones that have accurate information. So don't allow the news or anybody to tell you otherwise. You've got accurate information. You're the pulse of real estate, okay? So you would call with just listed, just sold, buyer. You could be of service because you want to see if they've got questions, or maybe you're doing an open house and you want to see if they want to take a VIP sneak peek, or if they have friends or family that are thinking about making a move. Okay, that is your best call for when you're farming. Okay, this one here is a hot call. The hot call has to do with referrals, for sale by owners, expireds, terminated, expireds, okay? And expireds, are they legal? On the most part, no. When is an expired legal?
When it's in your farm area and you're door knocking?
No, when they, you know how they click on yes or no?
Oh, yes.
They've indicated yes, they want. So search your system first for those. Okay, but I know not too many people will do that, right? So I can train you on how to maneuver around it. So you would start with a warm, being very well aware that they expired or terminated. But you just go there to be of service and have that in the background. And these ones here, you want to pay close attention. So for instance, if you are door knocking and you notice 123 ABC Street was expired last fall, good morning, Mo. Grab, oh, there's booklets out on the table, grab one. And you very well know that they have expired last fall. You're not going to go to the door and say, oh my God, hey, I noticed on the system you guys expired. So what's going on with that? That's then when you start having a bit of a challenge, right? But now if you're having a conversation, because now you can't say, oh my God, they're expired, I can't talk to them ever again. They're human beings, they need help. No different than anybody else, but it's how you approach it, okay? So you don't want to make it like you've used the system to solicit business, but you're aware of your market, you know what's going on. And if you go to talk to someone who has expired or terminated, and you're going to talk to them about, you know, just listed or just sold, or maybe you've got a buyer and you want to talk to them about their thoughts. Once they have communicated with you that they were on the market, now you can talk to them about them being expired and what happened, how did that go, and what are your thoughts, what are your plans, okay? So this is the one that you want to sit in the most. Now here's what's interesting, because we will farm an area, but we don't always get our listings in that area, right? Is anybody doing a farm area right now? Okay, and so you're doing a farm. Does anybody have listings outside of the farm area? Yes or no? Or you're just agreeing to what I'm saying? You're getting my point. Okay, so let's say we're gonna call this just geographic area A, okay? But now you have listed a property over here in geographic area B. So what do we typically do when we get a listing? We automatically flyer it, just listed in that area. And because it's outside, you know, maybe this is Richmond Hill, this is Aurora. Well, why would those are two different areas, right? But the key is two things. Number one, your farm area, you should be sending it out, right? And they need to know what you're doing. So they need to see that you're busy. That's number one. Number two, most of the time they're not going to pay attention that the listing is in Aurora. They're just going to say, oh my God, how many listings does this person have? Right? And right now listings are either we have too many because they're sitting on the market, or we don't have anything. Make sure you advertise your solds. And really, it doesn't matter when your solds were done. Just because it didn't sell, you didn't sell something recently, use the sold from 6 months ago. That's okay. Yes?
Just one question. Can we leverage the listing that really page has it?
Yes, you can. Yes. So in case anybody in the back didn't hear, the question was, can you leverage yourself by utilizing other listings, other agents' listings? And the answer is yes. So all of our listings belong to all of us. Why? Because they really technically belong to Vivian Reese, right? If you belong to Connect, they belong to Michelle Reese. Right? So technically it's the broker of record, and we are their we work for them, okay? So that makes a big difference. So that becomes all of ours. So you don't even need permission. Having said that, though, I do prefer that you at least extend a courtesy call or let your manager know. And the reason why I say that, we don't know the personal circumstances of that listing, right? So maybe they're listed, but they don't want to sign on the lot because they don't want people to know that they're listed because a family member is dying. Or maybe they are listed, but they don't want us to prospect the area because one of their neighbors, they have a restraining order. True stories, okay? But we won't know that unless we have a conversation with the listing agent, right? We won't know that. So as a courtesy, we want to have discussion with them just to make sure that we are not putting one of our fellow agents in a bad position with their client, okay? So you always want to make sure.
I didn't get the point. You're farming in area A, but how we could, the listing area B, it's farming again, the other area, or
Well, you're
with
gonna
friend or family?
You're going to take this over here, right? You're going to do just listed, you're listing in B. You're going to then eventually, when this sells, you're going to do just sold for area B, right? For that home in area B, right? and you're gonna call, and you're gonna let them know, and you're gonna flyer it, and you're gonna let them know.
So how we could find this listing in area B?
What do you mean?
Could be
Maybe
family, friends.
Yeah, it could be someone, yeah, it could be,
Friends and family?
yeah, you could, because you know what, we get listings all over the place, right? So you could be farming and you may necessarily not get the listing here. Now I understand what you're saying. Sometimes we get it, you know, or maybe for one day you just happen to be door knocking with a fellow agent in Aurora just for giggles, and you actually get a listing. So you do want to flyer this area too, though, right, guys? You do want to do just listed, you do want to do just sold, you do want to call this area as well, but don't neglect your farm area. Just because it's not in the same area, it doesn't matter. And leverage yourself with one listing too. So one week you can show the front of the home. Next week you can show the interior of the home, right? You switch it up a little bit. Don't always show the same thing. Switch it up. Make it look like you got a lot of stuff on the go. Okay, yes.
I have 2 questions.
Mhm.
Number 1, if I send the flyers, I put like, for example, 5 listings. Out of these 5, for example, 2 are your listings. I'm using them. You know, these days the clients, they are familiar with the internet and Google, this stuff. If they find it out of the 3, out of 5, 2 of them, they're not my listing. It's not considered as misleading to the client.
Why is
They
it
cannot-
not your listing?
If you leverage.
It's the office listing.
I'm just being facetious, guys. It is the office listing, therefore it is your listing. Your partner, your associate has the listing.
So it's not considered as a misleading to the.
You're not saying it's my listing. You're saying that Roller Page has these listings, right?
Mhm.
And you know the reality is, when you look at these agents that are farming your area, have you ever checked out what's happening in your area with the flyers that you get? How many listings do they have on there?
No, actually no. You know what, the flyers that I received, they have like few houses. They're not their listings in the area.
But some of them, they
On
just
top of
print.
They have maybe only 1 or
Flyers,
2,
yes.
but that's it.
Exactly, but the others are belong to
Right.
someone else. And that's the whole point, but
Yeah.
the illusion. Now, we know that because we're realtors.
Yes.
And we can actually figure out what listings they have. But the average public isn't looking at it. They just look at it quickly and go, hey, that guy's got a lot of listings, and off they go.
Yeah, that's what
Oh my
they
God,
do.
that guy got a lot of listings, off they go. They're not, you know, dissecting. You might get the odd
Yeah.
person
Okay.
that might dissect it. But on the most part, they're just going, oh my God, that guy's on fire. He's always listing properties. You just have to be a little bit creative. A lot of our top agents are creative like that. Okay, that's why I'm sharing those secrets with you.
Okay.
Because we often think that unless I've got a listing, I can't flyer anything. I don't have a listing to flyer. I don't have a listing to call around, right?
Like when it comes to
Get it in a second.
leveraging, sorry, when you print the prospecting and a lot of people put their, oh, house sold on the, can you really put what is sold by other agents or only
Royal Page.
Royal Page?
Yeah, and you don't have to, that's right. Now, see, now Privacy Act will also kick in and say what you can say and what you can't say about what's sold, right?
Yeah.
But if you put a photo of the house and just say sold, you got your point across.
Yeah.
You know, you may want to have bragging rights over a few properties because you've sold it in 2 days or whatever. But the properties are lasting longer today, so a lot of people are maybe, you know, easing up on the bragging rights a little bit. You may want to brag that you sold it for 101% of asking, like things like that. And if that's the case, you have to be careful with how you advertise it because you can't. Privacy Act ties your hands a little bit.
Even if
around
it's
that.
not your house that is sold, like, I mean, you
Yeah.
can put
Yes.
brokerage, whatever.
Yeah,
is sold.
totally. As long as we've got the written consent, and most of us have that written consent. So you want to do a little bit of footwork there.
Yeah.
Excellent. Motion.
Within the 3 to 1 month, when we are doing advertising, should be including cold calling and door knocking?
Yes, totally.
Or,
Yeah, we're gonna get to that in a second.
oh,
Your door knocking, actually, let's get to it now because you're asking. Your door knocking and phone calls should be weekly. The print prospecting is once a month. Now, if you want to ease into it, because a lot of us are like feeling nervous, right? You want to ease into it and get a feel for your area. Don't door knock, don't phone call, flyer it, but flyer it yourself, okay? Rather than put it through the post office,
Make sure you have like a nice one. There's all kinds of beautiful crossover bags, right? And we'll talk later about this, but you're going to structure how many streets you're going to hit in a day. And every Monday you structure that so many days, right? We'll get to that in a second, not in a second, later in class. But you will structure Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or whatever it is. So Monday I'm doing these streets, Tuesday I'm doing those streets, Wednesday I'm doing the other streets, right? And you can just flyer it. So you don't door knock, just put a flyer on the door, and if you happen to see someone, you have a conversation with them.
And the best time to
Anytime.
do the phone calls?
Anytime. Anytime. Some people say mornings, but you know what if mornings are not possible for some agents? That doesn't mean that we're not gonna, some people have part-time jobs that they work in the mornings. That doesn't mean that you stop prospecting. There is any time that's good to go look for money. Okay? There's never a bad time to go hunting for money. All right? Especially if you're hungry. Never a bad time for a hunt. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question regarding what you said about written consent for sold sign or flyer. Who should give this written consent?
Okay, let's help her out because that's something that agents should know. Okay, Privacy Act will not allow us to advertise solds unless we have consent. Can we help her out? Who has to give the consent?
The seller.
The seller and the buyer, both. It depends when you are going to do
There
that.
is a,
Excellent and excellent, okay? So we got two. I know that there was a couple that were all about the same. So when, at the time of listing, you actually have it in your listing package. There is a consent to advertise after sale. That's right. And legally, you need both parties, the buyer and the seller. There's a little bit of gray area because the consent that we have doesn't necessarily include the buyer. But if you do that before it closes, you only need the consent of the seller because it belongs to the seller.
Okay.
After that, you need both, after it closes.
And you can find out through the brokerage, right? If we have the consent.
If you're dealing with someone else, yes, someone else is
the
listing.
listing agents, they put in Schedule B also to get the consent.
Some of them
the
do,
buyers, you know,
yeah, that's, and that,
to advertise
yeah,
better.
and you're right, I have seen that, you're right. And there's some people that are putting it in Schedule B, that it's okay, both parties agree that we can advertise. Yes,
What if I'm just like cold calling the street about we just sold this property, like our brokerage just sold this, and how do I find out the consent, consent of the buyer, the seller, through MLS?
whose listing are you calling?
It's one of our offices,
Mhm.
and I'm just saying hey,
So who's the listing agent?
someone in our office.
Who would you talk to then about the
The
consent?
listing.
The listing agent,
Okay.
right? The listing agent will have that information. Okay, good questions,
Excuse
guys. Yes,
For choosing the area for farming, we should pay attention to.
we're gonna get to that. Hold that question, we're gonna get to that. All right, print prospecting, what will I send out? Consider branding, what is your budget? So we've talked a little bit about that. I don't wanna cut you off, but that's a big question, and I got a whole section on class about that. We're gonna get to that in a second. So print prospecting, what will I send out? We've already talked about that, right? The one thing that we have not spoken about just yet is branding. Why do you wanna consider branding?
Stand out.
To stand out, right? It tells a story about you when you're not there. And Susan, what did you say about the first thing that we spoke about? The consistency, right? You need to show consistency in what you're doing. And branding also will lend that credibility by showing that, okay? So consider branding. If you guys are having trouble with branding, talk to marketing. We've got a great crew out there. If you want assistance with it, you come and see me. I've helped many of you with photos and branding, right? So, and have fun with it. Have fun with branding. It does not have to be serious. Like we assume everything always has to be so serious, right? It doesn't have to be. I have agents that use here, what are these things called? Bitmojis? Even I do.
I love it.
Right? Right. So you can even have some fun and use a cartoon of you too. So be creative. Have fun with it. Be creative, okay? Whatever it takes. But the thing is here, Dolly Parton said this, know who you are and then do it on purpose. So the key is to figure out who you actually are. And then once you understand who you are, now you can tell your story, and do it on purpose, guys. Okay? All right, let's keep going. So how can I stand out? I'm gonna pull up the whole thing here. Where do I have my copy? Is this one right? Thank you. So consider this when you're branding, guys. How can I stand out? How do I differentiate my services? And how do I build a relationship and gain the trust of the homeowner? Wow, that's kind of interesting, eh? So let me flip this chart here. So you show up at the door, or your flyer shows up at the door. What is it that they're going to be analyzing? When they look at you, when they look at your flyer, what are they analyzing?
Your face, like your looks.
Your looks? Okay, but what about it? Oh, she looks good. What are we after? No, you're onto something.
Knowledge about the
Okay, that's good, that's good, that's good. What else?
Maybe the theme and the color that you're gonna use is gonna stick in their mind.
It's gonna stand out, the color, your knowledge.
From what you are putting on the flyer.
That's right,
You're
correct. What's that?
Your rate, Google, because people, all the people
Oh,
search.
they will check you out, okay. Now let's fine tune what everybody is saying, because you guys are absolutely right. So if I were to show up at your door, what would you be thinking about me? Let's be real. Professional, okay, but these are all blanket terms.
Another salesperson.
What's your
Another
purpose?
salesperson.
What
What's
do
your
you do?
all blanket terms?
Credibility.
Credibility is one. Yes, is this person credible? What's attached to credibility? What's huge? Do you work with someone that you don't trust?
Honesty, trust,
Integrity.
Work in the brokers that you work for.
Correct. Let's categorize it, because these are all blanket terms. You guys are all right. All of you guys are correct. So the first thing that you're going to look at is, can I trust this person? Very important. Can I trust them? Right? Because if I can't trust you, I got nothing. And let's look at life, right? If you cannot trust someone, you can't have a relationship with them. You can't do business with them. You can't have a friendship with them. You got nothing. Without trust, you've got nothing, right? So everybody was saying things about knowledge, right? And how they look, right? And the rating. This is all trust issues, right? Oh, another salesperson, right? Can I trust this person? Here's the other thing. Are they going to do what they say? That's the next thing that they look at. And that lends to your point of credibility, right? Can I trust them? Are they credible? This goes to honesty, knowledge of the area. How are you coming across, right? And last but not least, what's in it for me? And that's what they're assessing when they look at you, okay? So when you show up at their door, they're like, right? Those internal computers are going up, scanning up and down, sideways, both ways, up, way, down, where. Can I trust this person? And based on how you look, the answer will be yes. My God, I was watching this documentary yesterday. It was on Netflix. It's on Fire. It's called Fire. It was a music festival in the Bahamas that went a bust. Does anybody know about it? It was a huge bust. And when you have a chance, Google it. Fire, it's F-Y-R-E. And the marketing was so incredible and so credible that they had thousands of people show up to this music event. and they paid thousands of dollars to attend. Thousands of dollars to attend. To boot, what they marketed is, we're going to make your life easier. You're going to have a bracelet that is a credit card, so you don't even have to bring cash. Here's your, I can't remember what it was called, your Myrtle or whatever, and fill it up. The more you fill it up, the better you'll be able to enjoy it. And they kept sending emails, fill up your card, fill up your card. It's like a prepaid credit card that they were wearing on their wrist. So they didn't even have to walk away or walk around with money. Go figure, right? They had this wristband that all their money was on. So what ends up happening? Thousands of people get shipped to some island in Bahamas that is nowhere near equipped to handle the tourism. And thousands of people got locked in Bahamas with no food and no water and no shelter, with no money, with their whatever their wristband was supposed to. Yeah. Unfreaking believable. So point being is, your marketing and your impression management is everything. If thousands of people, if you have the right marketing, people will believe anything. Clearly. I couldn't believe it. I was watching this documentary. I was like, literally, my jaw. Oh my God. Not even water did these people have. Then they managed to set up some, you know, those UNICEF type tents for like, yeah, that's what it was just horrible.
So
Horrible.
what's the spelling?
FYRE. And I just think to myself, wow, that is brilliant marketing. Brilliant. What they did to people was disgusting, but brilliant marketing, guys. So that tells us a lot about the branding, okay? And if you can appear trustworthy, even someone as fraudulent as that guy Billy who ran that whole thing, I can't remember his last name, he appeared trustworthy. And that's where they failed. But it was too late. It was too late. By that time, everybody was already in Bahamas, right? So they did this and they did that very well, but they failed on that. So key is, guys, how do you stand out? How do you differentiate yourself? This is how you do it. Now pay close attention to what your competitors are doing in the area. Don't forget that as well, okay? And we're going to talk about that in a second a little bit more. Actually, let's talk about it now because we're in that flow, and then we'll pass it when it comes up on the screen. If I'm farming an area, who's the top agent that's in your area? Throw out some names. Who? Lilith. Okay. Who else? Hans team. Yes. What else? Anybody else?
The Chinese person is Kim.
Okay, that guy Kim. Yeah, I've seen him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen him too. Okay.
He
So-
made a very good brand.
Oh my Lord, that's what I hear too. I'm not gonna lie, because I
What
haven't.
do you do?
Yeah, no, Kim.
Kim.
I can't remember his last name. Kim.
I can just driving and see the picture.
That face.
Yeah, just
That face that doesn't even look like him because he's so photoshopped.
Yeah.
In general, they don't look anything. Real estate agents, tax.
But yeah, and Paul Zammit. Okay, so let's talk about these agents for a moment. Do you feel that you are the same as those agents? No, why?
I can be.
Well, let's look at it, from a business perspective. I know that you can be them and better, but we got to look at it from a credible, like what the eyes of what your farm area is going to be looking at, right? Are you the same as them? What were you going to say?
Well, as a business, we are the same, but the
Correct.
only difference is about the
Experience,
advertisement.
how many years they
How
have
they
been in market.
Sorry, I
advertise
can't hear him.
themselves, They have money, they do farming, they do advertisements, social media, this. that.
Right, it's the way that they presented themselves. What were you going to say?
I was saying how many years they have been on the market, like people know
Right.
them more than they do you.
Right.
You're new to the area.
Right. Now, Lilith, you'll see her signs all over the place. So she's already established in the area, right? So
How do you compete with that?
Right, so we're gonna talk about that. We talked about the Zamet team, Hans team, okay, that, and obviously they're dominating those areas as well, correct? Okay, so now you cannot pretend to be a team. If you're going to pretend to be a team, you better make sure that you got the money to back what you're, that kind of marketing. What you want to do is see what your competitor is doing and be different than them. That's all. So whoever it is that's your competitor, there's no right or wrong. And there's space for all of us. That's the beauty. So some people want to work on teams, and some agents want to work with high volume agents, whether they're on teams or not. Some people like high volume agents. Some people like the personal touch. They like it when people only take a couple of listings at a time, and when you're working with a high volume agent, are you going to talk to the agent? Most of the time you're not. You're going to talk to their assistant or one of their agents. But when you work with me, you speak with me, right? There's no right or wrong. There's no right or wrong. Just find what works for you and be different than your agent the agent that's dominating your area. Does anybody know the Coca-Cola? I've used this example before. It's an old one, so I really start dating myself. Coca-Cola, when they introduced, I don't even know, is it Sprite? I always do this, Sprite or 7-Up? Sprite, right? Okay. So you have this guy, and it was like this Jamaican fellow with this very unique laugh, and he was saying, here's Coca-Cola. It's great because the Coca-Cola comes from the koala seed, and it has this quality and this type of taste and so on. And now we're introducing Sprite, and Sprite is citrus, and and this and that. Same company, they had to launch these two pops and make sure the two pops would succeed, right? They're both great. They're just different. And that's basically what he said. And that's how Coca-Cola launched Sprite. Okay? Both great tastes, just different. It's the exact same thing in your farm area. So just because there is another agent dominating the area does not mean that you should not go in there. It just means that you need to know how it is that you're going to stand out and differentiate your services. And you got to figure out, how am I going to build trust? What's the easiest way to build trust with a client or with a farm area? Consistency, right? And that's the number one mistake. We don't do that. If we're not consistent, we don't look credible and we don't look trustworthy. Okay? It doesn't mean that we're not. They don't understand how we're panicking inside. They have no idea about that. Okay? They don't understand that maybe we ran out of money. To them, they're like, oh, another one of those. Right?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Regarding consistency, does it mean you can cold call or door knock, let's say, houses, properties?
Of course you're going to want to. If it's your farm area, you want to get to know them, right? You want to get to know them. So if you door knock, now you don't want to be door knocking the same house every day.
Oh, it's you again.
You look like a stalker, okay? So you have to figure out the rhythm that's going to work for you. But now, having said that though, if you're door knocking someone and they are desperate in need to move, and you're door knocking them every day or calling them every day to make sure they're okay, do you appear like a stalker? The answer is no, right? Because they're in need, so you're making sure you're addressing their need. But if someone has clearly said, we're not thinking about making a move, or maybe in 2 years, and now you're at their door every day or calling them every day, now you look like a weirdo, okay? So you have to figure out the natural rhythm that you're going to be. But yes, you're going to be contacting them more than once in a month.
I'll be back.
Exactly, let them know, I like that.
Next week. I'll come for a conference.
But it's true though, that's exactly it. Listen, as a responsible realtor, I want to make sure that my community knows what's going on. So I will be periodically walking through the area. And if you need anything, make sure you stop me. Stop me, say hi, ask me questions. I'm happy to be of service. right? And that's exactly what you do. I like that. I'll be back. You do, you let them know. You let them know. All right, so now we're gonna start planning. We're gonna start planning for success. And I know that this is now start being the question mark in your head. What do I do? Where do I turn? So the first thing you wanna do is you wanna start analyzing your area. So it's one thing that we know we're gonna infiltrate an area, right? We need to know if it's worthwhile. And remember what I said earlier with respect to the example that I used with Russia. I want to start with the areas that are going to be a little bit easier for me to infiltrate, right? Because the last thing I want to do is exhaust my resources. I want my resources to pay off. We're here to make money, ladies and gentlemen. There's no shame in that, okay? All right, so we're going to gather the information for the past 3 years. Why do we want to do 3 years? Why is 1 year not good enough?
You want to see the change in the
Market is up
market.
and down.
That's right. You want to see the changes in the market, goes up and down. Exactly, right? We want to see the general trend. Now, in some cases, you may want to even go further back. And the reason being is last year was very different. 2017 was very different. 2016 was really super different. 2016, the properties were selling by themselves. Then 2017, the market changed tremendously. And 2018, we saw an adjustment. So you may want to go a little bit further in seeing what's going on, okay? But that's just up to you. But in at least 3 years, you want to check it out. And what are we taking a look at? We want to see MLS statistics. We want to check out the demographics, and we want to know the turnover rate. Why do we want to know statistics in our farm area?
So the numbers.
It shows what's happening and then in how many days the houses are selling.
You, sir, in the back made a comment about credibility, about knowledge, right? You'll want to know. So everybody is correct. It's the knowledge. Who the heck wants to work with an agent that's not knowledgeable? Anybody here, 100 years good health, we say in Italian, God, no bad luck, or always good health to everyone. But if you need a doctor, and you need like a specific type specialist or doctor, do you want to make sure that they know what they're doing? Kind of. Just a wee bit, right? It's the exact same thing in real estate. Most people put everything that they own in their home, right? That's pretty huge. So they want to make sure that the person that they're dealing with is going to help them, is actually going to be an asset. You got to show them that. So know your stats. Demographics. Why do we need to know demographics?
Know who lives here. Is it Italians and Russians, Chinese?
You want to know? Yeah, you want to know who's in the area.
Percentage, how old they are around, do they have young kids, older kids?
Exactly. So we want to know a few things when we're analyzing the demographics. We want to know socioeconomic class, right? We want to know the ethnic background, right? We also want to know the age group. Why?
Because if they have kids in the junior high school and high school, it's very difficult to move.
That's right.
Like they don't want it because of the kids.
Because the kids keep them grounded there. You are absolutely right. And then if they're also on the other side, if they're in their 80s, you're dealing with something totally different.
Downside.
Right? You're dealing with something totally different. So you need to know. Now, ethnic group, well, with all due respect, I love my Chinese friends, but I can't speak Chinese. So if there's an area that I absolutely love to work, and I know I would be an asset because I love those homes and I don't know them inside out. If I cannot be of service the way that that demographic needs me to be of service, then what the heck am I doing? Can't do it, right? I can't do it. It's not that I don't want to. It's just not going to happen. Remember, we're after easy infiltration. We're not after difficult. That's not to say that someone who is Chinese speaking would not do business with me. That's not the case. It's just what is the likelihood of that, right? I want to make sure that I come across, and again, if you do decide to work into an area that's strong in that area, make sure you maybe team up with someone of that ethnic group, right? So there's always a way around it. It's not that we're saying no to it, but just figure out what it is and how much effort you want to put into it, okay? All right, the turnover rate. Oh, let me back up a little bit. The demographics, also socioeconomic. So I want to make sure I get paid, right? So if I know that I'm dealing with a lower socioeconomic class, that's okay too. I know of agents that have done very well working in those areas because those areas are often neglected. And I myself would also cater to, the lower income housing because nobody else wanted to. So it was almost easy. So you want to know what it is that you're dealing with. But when you're setting goals, the how much that home is worth or how much you're going to make on that home, that is going to make a huge difference with how many homes you're going to need to sell in order to reach certain goals. So you want to consider that as well. Okay, so all of these things need consideration. Here, this one here, turnover rate. Now, Mojan, you touched on that. The turnover rate. If you're in an area, like Mojan said, that the kids are in school, high school, even elementary school to some extent, but elementary school, they may move to be closer to a high school. The turnover rate is going to be a lot slower because they are there for quite some time until the kids finish school, and then maybe they'll move afterwards, right? So turnover rate is extremely important. We're going to talk more about turnover rate, but we'll do that in a second. Let's see here. Here's some other information. I'm just going to put it up. Okay, days on market. Why do I want to know what the days on market are?
You know what the average days.
You want to know for conversation, so you're knowledgeable, and you want to know as well, how much work do I have to put in here, and does this match my other goals, right? And again, it's not that you're not going to farm that area, you're just going into that area knowing you are now aware of what you can expect, what kind of harvest you can expect from that farm area, okay? That's the key. Okay, average number of homes sold, average sale price, average commission, obviously, right? All of these items here speak to your goals and your expectations and how much staying power you actually have. Yes?
How can we know the average commission for the listing agent?
Well, you would have to, you would have to calculate it. You can actually just go through and figure it out. Like for instance, and you just do like a run, for instance, a very general one. So if your average home in your geographic farm area is 900 and the average commission is what? 2.5. Right, 2.5, maybe the average listing is maybe 2%. So you're just, it's not a math class, you're just trying to figure out a little bit what your expectations, what you can expect from that farm area. So, and I always say that too in my geographic farm classes, it's not a math class, so don't worry about the perfect numbers. All you want is an understanding of what's going on so that you either decide, I'm going to work in this area or I'm not going to work in this area, okay? You go into it prepared. Make sense? Does that answer that question?
To be honest, like my question is, if I'm farming in the area and I want to get a listing, how can I find out the commission for the listing agents? Is it 1%? Is it 2%?
You cannot, because we don't have access to those contracts. That's why I'm saying you have to run a little bit of a guesstimate there. What's your average, right? So what's the home average, the average sale of the area? 900. What is potentially the average commission in there? 2%. Whether it's 1.5%, like, you're just kind of you're just kind of averaging it out, okay? But you've got to calculate that. We will not know that information. We won't even know what the selling agent got. We can find that information, but at the end of the day, we don't know what was negotiated, right? We know what was on MLS, but that's it. But the listing side of it is private information. We don't have that, okay? All right, and you want to know who dominates the area, the sales agents and the buyer agents. We want to know. We already talked about that because if you're Coca-Cola, you want to be the Uncola, right? You want to be the Uncola, as they call it.
Excuse me. My question was about this part. For choosing an area for farming, we should pay attention to that area that real page, realtors and broker are selling and listing there, or doesn't matter?
It's up to you. It doesn't matter, it's totally your decision.
Because when we go for door knocking, for example, we can say, okay, that area or that house is selling with real
Makes no
estate. But
difference, it's whatever your comfort level is, it's whatever you want to do.
even if it's from other broker,
Yeah, it's totally up to you. It's whatever your comfort level is. It's whatever you feel you can make work best for you. All I'm doing here, Susan, is I'm showing you how to analyze the area. The decision is yours. I'm not going to make that decision for you. Only you can make that decision for yourself.
because
But
we
I will
cannot-
show you.
Because we cannot say that our broker or Royal LePage sold that, and it's just, for example, to give the information,
Mhm.
because if they wanted, we are from Royal LePage, so that house is sold with another broker, so
Yeah, it doesn't
we
matter.
cannot say that,
Why not?
because we are not in that broker.
Or Remax, is Remax.
But what, there's nothing wrong with that. I'll tell you honestly, whenever I did prospecting, because I've done a lot of it, I needed to know whether it was a Royal LePage listing or not. And if I have a prospect on the phone with me and they're asking me what number 5 ABC Street that's listed with Remax is going for, I'm going to give them that information. I cannot hide from the fact that there are competitors out there. I'm not going to hide that. Yeah, there is other brokerages. Yes, that they sold that property. Yeah,
There's nothing wrong.
there's nothing wrong with that.
It's not important for the people that
What's
they
important?
sold for example, the Remax, so it's better to work with Remax, not with Royal LePage.
Not necessary.
Why are you focused on your
I mean,
competitors?
when I wanted to give some information to the
Right.
people
Right,
about the area or the houses that sold before.
Yeah.
If I say that, and I introduce another company and
So
another
what?
broker, so
It
it's
doesn't
not
matter.
thinking about that.
Okay,
it's
I
better
understand
to-
what you're saying, so I'm gonna stop you there so we can answer it and move on. Because I don't want to spend too much time on something like that. If you and I want to have a conversation about that afterwards, I'll help you through it. But I don't want to take too much time on that. But the key here is, it does not matter. Statistics are statistics. Now, if you are in an area that's dominated by Remax, that's your choice if you want to go in there or not. Some people don't care. Like, for instance, if I'm, who's the top agent in Remax? Paul Zammit, what company is he with?
No, Paul is with himself, like he has his own brokerage.
He's his own brokerage? Okay.
Yeah.
Barry Cohen. Barry
Barry
Cohen, Remax, right? So if I go into an area and it's Barry Cohen with Remax, I'm not going to sit there and try to pretend Barry Cohen, and I'm not going to sit there, oh yeah, Barry sold all these properties. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say your average household has sold for this amount. And I'm going to then present myself to be different than Barry Cohen. But there is nothing wrong with Barry Cohen. He's a great agent. The thing is, though, when you are working with a person and you're talking to that person, where your concern should be is not what your competition is doing other than the statistics. What your concern should be is, how am I going to help that person? How am I going to be of service and support to that person?
How to present yourself. This is
Right,
important.
that's where you've got to focus, okay? So don't worry what area you're going in, but I understand what you're saying. You're wanting, for you, it would be easier if you're in an area that's dominated by Royal LePage. And if that's the case, then go for it. I kind of think, to be honest with you, that it would be easier for me to compete against someone like Remax. So I almost would want, me personally, I'd rather be in an area that's dominated by another company as opposed to my own company, and now I'm competing with mine. Right? I would, me personally, I would find it easier to do that. But that's just my personal opinion. Just because I've said it and I'm up here instructing doesn't mean that it's right. It's just simply my comfort level. Your comfort level will be a little bit different. Do whatever it takes to make you feel comfortable. And this, the way of analyzing this, is going to help you come to those conclusions. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, good stuff. All right. But don't underestimate, doesn't matter who's in the area, don't underestimate the value you bring to a person, regardless of your competition. You know, but often we think, and I'm not saying that you think this, Susan, often we think that we're not good enough, or that agent is better than us. I'm going to tell you guys something, that each of you is a top producing agent. Each of you, okay? It's not the notches in your belt that make you a top producing agent. There's a lot of agents out there that do a lot of sales and they are terrible realtors. Terrible, okay? You guys are top producing agents. The fact that you showed up here today, that you're taking the time to understand how to do this, that to me shows a top producing agent, okay? It's not the notches in the belt. So don't worry about that. Go out there and be yourself and know the value you bring, okay? Don't forget that. You're a top agent. Doesn't matter what stats say. Okay, so know who your competition is. We've already talked about that. Know and understand the demographics. We spoke about that. We spoke about socioeconomic class and ethnic background. The other reason why I like to know about socioeconomic class and ethnic background is if I'm dealing with a demographic that may not speak English very well, and I'm wanting to be of service, I may not say, like, the language on my marketing will not be something like the perils of overpricing. Does anybody know what even that word means? Perils. It's the dangers of overpricing, right? So it's like, oh my God, who the heck understands that? Like, I had to look that word up. What's that?
Useful words.
Exactly. But if you are dealing with a demographic that you know that they are top surgeons or lawyers or whatever, you're okay to use language like the perils of overpricing, okay? But the interesting thing is, though, I recall doing business with a gentleman. He was a litigation lawyer, and he would often go to the Supreme Court, and he would present cases and fight for, yes. And yet he spoke slowly and simply. And one time I asked him, I'm like, why? Like, I'm so surprised you're slow. Like, is that a technique? And he said, yes. He said, everybody will understand me. I don't need to worry. And I thought, oh my God. And there it is, right? So sometimes
he has
that
to deal with all kind of classes at his job, so
Right.
not everybody will understand.
But who's he appealing to in a situation like that? He's appealing to the judge, right? On the most part, the judge is going to understand. But exactly. But the key is, though, he just spoke slowly and simply, and everybody gets it. You can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. I thought it was interesting. One would assume, oh, but God, he's talking to a judge and he's talking to these other lawyers with all these furry things on them, right? Wouldn't you want to at least try to out-alpha them with language, right? Like, I would think, like, you know, like that thought crossed my mind.
I think being simple is the best.
You're absolutely right. And that's exactly what he said. I found that so interesting. Nevertheless, know this, okay? So you know what you're up against and you can make that decision for yourself. Now, also, we've got a good population in the room of our Persian friends. And there is a good demographic in Richmond Hill that speak Farsi, right? So if you're sending out your flyers, you may be sending them out in English, but you may want to put on there, I speak Farsi, with the little flag, right? I know of some of my agents that are out in Etobicoke, and their flyers go out all in English because they want to catch everybody. But there's a line at the bottom that says in Italian, I speak Italian, call me, with the Italian flag.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that, okay? So always remember that, and add. You can always do that. And a lot of us don't. A lot of us don't share that we speak other languages. Share that. And it might not be obvious. Might not be obvious. Maybe there's languages that you don't speak, or that people wouldn't think that you speak, right? Put it on there, okay? So be mindful of who you're talking to. Turnover rate. A healthy turnover rate is 7 to 12%. We're going to start figuring that out. Now, stats say that a good turnover rate is 5% to 15%. The thing is though, if you are in an area that it's too low, that's not good. And if you're in an area that's turning around too fast, well, that's a red flag. That's not good either. So for you, what you'd be looking at very simply is a healthy turnover rate, 7 to 12%. Again, that doesn't mean that you're not going to work a low turnover rate or you're not going to work a high turnover rate. All this means is you're going to be aware. Okay, you're going to be aware and you know now how to approach this area, and you make a decision based on information, right? Because you got to plan financially, plan your time. You want to make sure that you're okay to work this area, that it is in alignment with your goals. That's big. Okay, that's big. So why would an area be too low? It's not moving. Why would it not move though? What would be reasons?
Maybe it's demographics and
It's like a settled down area, maybe it has a very, very good school and people doesn't want to.
Same what you were saying. So it could be that, school area, very high-end school, stable, so for some stability. But that you'll still see maybe at 7%. A 5% is where it's stagnant or there's no movement. What about a new subdivision? Yes.
I was just thinking like in Oshawa, they're shutting down the plants.
Yeah.
Most of the people that work there will probably live
Mass
there.
exodus, that'll be 15%. They're going to be like flying out of there, right? So there is some stigma attached to why those properties are. Very good point. Did everybody hear that? In Oshawa, where the plant has been shut down?
Yeah.
So now that's going to be a very high turnover rate, right? And now okay, I may want to go in there and prospect it knowing that it's short-lived. So I want to plant some seeds, but I might not want to plant my roots there, right? But you make that decision. But when it's super low, there's a couple of things happening. It's either a brand new subdivision. So brand new subdivisions will be not in that cycle. People move every 3 to 5 years. That's the typical cycle.
even nowadays has changed though with the investment properties, like there's still movement even.
Exactly. So, but now going in, okay, these are my expectations, right? So you farm it. The other way around, if you don't know, like if you don't know the turnover rate, you're going to be farming it expecting certain results and you're not getting those results. But like this, it's like, I don't mind. Like you said, maybe I'm going to catch the odd investor.
Yeah.
And I don't mind establishing my name because you know what, in 2-3 years, people are moving again. I don't mind spending money in there. I'm going to build in there. Okay, but you're doing that in alignment with your goals and your dreams, right? So you want to pay attention. So if it's too low, the other thing, if it's too low, it could be an aging community, right? So again, you need to know what's going on. If it's too high, so we've got the Oshawa plant. We also have buildings that were known for sinking. And there's a mass exodus, right? There's all kinds of things that can happen. The stigmatized property, maybe there was a murder in the area. Oh, Lord have mercy, we're getting some of those now too. So, you got to be aware of what's going on. And
the weed there.
Oh my God, seriously.
Now it's like, now it's okay.
Now you want to include it in your feature sheet, perfect turnkey operation. Make money instantly. I used to joke.
Selling a house with a business.
Oh, yeah. That's a good idea.
Oh my God, it's already automatically stealing hydro from your client, from the neighbor. Yeah. You don't need to worry about that. All the features of the grow house is there. Goodness gracious.
All the pipes are there.
Oh God. Those properties, once upon a time, where you almost could never, ever, ever, sell them because they were so badly stigmatized. But now I'm curious to see what happens with these.
I wish we bought one. Actually, me and my husband were looking for investment property. It was one with a weed operation. It was clean actually when we checked it.
Yeah.
It was like maybe 200,000
plants.
No, down the price compared to that.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because if it's a small plant operation, it doesn't.
Small. It didn't have any smell or anything.
Yeah.
And then in a year or 2 years, I think the weed lock. I wish we bought it.
That's
Now
what's
it'd be
happening.
like, you know,
There you
$1.5
go.
million now.
Is that
Or
now-
800.
Is that now considered a commercial
I'm
property?
like, wow. I'll never know.
Oh, God,
It was a
guys,
big
you know,
mistake.
it's interesting how things have changed when it has come to weed. I'm curious to see how it's changed for housing, though. I think we're going to see an elimination of grow houses in homes because now it's legal, so people will, why you want to have a small operation?
Yeah.
Because these guys were having small operations so that, you know, if one got caught, they wouldn't get shut down. Now they're looking for land up north.
Yeah, especially in Markham area used to be a lot of.
I have someone that's asking me if I know land up north. And I have a listing, it's 86 acres out in Seguin, which is in, you know, in the what they call the Perry Sound district.
Yeah.
And 86 acres. Now the property is a little bit remote and we believe that it's actually being zoned where they can farm cannabis, where
But
we're
it's
in
too-
talks with the mayor.
Though, they need to,
Oh,
they
they'll
need
put,
like, yeah,
no, they'll put greenhouses. They do
greenhouses,
all
yeah,
kinds of
for
stuff.
sure, yeah. but
It's
then-
so nicely remote and it'll be protected. So I was joking with my business partner on it. I said, oh my God, we're gonna start creating, what is that mountain that's in, is it Mexico or Colombia? There's a mountain out there and you don't wanna go up that mountain because you might not come back.
Probably Colombia or Mexico.
Is it in Colombia? I can't, what is it called? Death Mountain or? It's some weird name like Death Mountain or something like
I
that.
think they're out of weed and they're like Canada is out of weed. And they're negotiating with Colombia actually.
Oh, God.
They're being like a primary.
So you see, I'm onto something, guys. I can make a sale.
You think about it.
If I get the
I can
zoning for
focus on the weed
cannabis,
operation houses.
you see, I'm gonna sell that property and it'll be under cannabis. But it's just crazy. But the way that it's so remote, and we walked the property and we walked it with this real serious bush guy, like he,
So scared.
oh my God, like we're you know, we're going up there and I brought bear spray because I had to walk the land, right? And we're like all bundled up because it's cold, it's winter up there, right? We're all bundled, it was before the holidays. And this guy is missing a tooth, the yellow, his skin is like leather.
Whoa.
And he's like in a shirt and pants and with a hat and he's walking the land. He goes, yeah, I know these hair parts, I know them, you know, and I put some dynamite over in there and
Oh my God.
the beavers were wrecking the land, so I put some dynamite and got rid of some of those beavers and some of them moved. And I was like, was dying. You know, what do they say? You know, Old Spice? I'm pretty sure he's one of the ingredients. I'm pretty sure. You don't see guys like that. And then we're kind of gearing up to go for this walk and Pete's like just like he's taking a walk the way that we walk here, going to the mall and grocery shopping, that kind of clothing. And he's putting knives in his boot. And I'm like, oh, Gordon, we're going to get out of here alive. It was a total different thing. But it was interesting. That land is so remote, so remote. So we're making all kinds of jokes about it. But we'll see. I'll keep you guys posted with that property. Did you have a question, Moshe?
No.
All right, let's keep going, guys. So far, everything makes sense to everyone? Everybody's good? Okay. Awesome. All right, now let's calculate the turnover rate. So you're going to take the number of homes sold for 1 year. So let's say in 2017, 75 homes were sold, let's say. Okay, so we're just taking a look at 2017. Take the number of households in your farm area for that same year. So let's say in 2017, your farm area had 650 households in there. How do you find that number, the 650? No, MLS will give you this number.
Canada Post.
Canada Post, exactly. Now, remember I said it's not math class? Because anybody that has done this turnover rate, now Mojan, you have, is it ever accurate to your farm area? No.
No.
Maybe a little bit on here, there. Oh my God, my farm area is in a little piece of that mail walk. So you may want to just kind of guesstimate your numbers, but the mail walk will have a certain number and your farm area may encompass it, may not encompass it, or your mail walk may encompass another farm area. So it's not math class, just get yourself a rough idea of what's happening in the area, okay? So this part here, so now you're going to take number of homes sold divided by the number of households. Now, guys, I never remember that equation. That's why it's in the booklet here for you guys. Okay? And so that equals the turnover rate. So now 75 divided by 650 homes is this number here, which is 11.5%. Do we have a healthy turnover rate?
Yes.
Yes.
The answer is yes. Okay? So this area is actually a really good area to farm. Now you're going to take the turnover rate for each year and you're going to evaluate it. So let's assume, okay? So we've got this one here was 2017, right? So in 2017, we've got 11.5%. In 2016, let's say that this was maybe 9.8%. And in 2018, this area was, let's say, 10%. What do we do here?
Average.
You average it out. But you're also going to look, okay, it increased, but then we dropped again. You may want to go and see what it did before, or you may just want to trust, well, 2018, things dropped a little bit because we were balancing the market. But this is still a good number, so I'm okay to farm here, okay? Now, what if this number was even lower? Well, what do? You could leave it, right? Or I would do even another 3 years ahead. I really want to see what's happening, because am I on the tail end of that 3 to 5 year cycle, right? Because people move every 3 to 5 years. So this could have been 6%, this could have been 5%, right? So it could have been incrementing, and then all of a sudden it peaked. Now I'm at the bottom of that cycle. I have to maybe wait 2 years or something like that for this farm to become flourishing again. Does that make sense? Okay, so play with the numbers. This will give you a rough idea, but if you see a discrepancy, go back, right? Take a drive in the farm area, see what's going on, see if you know what, okay, I can see why this, because sometimes it's one thing to analyze it by computer, it's another thing when you take a drive in the area. Am I right? I've learned that the best way to really get to know an area is to actually drive through it, see the people, see the cars that are in the driveway. Like, it will tell you so much about the area. Okay, so take a drive as well, and then make a decision based on that. Any questions? Yes. No worries.
So we are calculating in an area this sold. Do we, if we are focusing just on the freehold houses and there is a condominium, do we have to add it together, or just to understand how much is moving in the area, or leave it up?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Like, when we are calculating one area, let's say it says 200 sold.
Right.
Can be 50 condominiums, apartment, and 150 townhouses.
Okay.
You know,
We combine.
so we have to.
Yeah, you would combine, but you also have to decide, where are you farming? Are you gonna farm the condos, or are you gonna farm
Yeah,
the
if I'm
freehold?
farming freehold, but there is included on the area, because it's gonna give you a total.
Yeah, I know, and so you're gonna have to kind of, ignore, I would isolate condos and freehold.
Yeah.
I would treat them as two separate things,
Okay.
because condos is very different to farm. How do you farm a condo?
And just
Just print prospecting. Print prospecting. We have one of our agents, Patrick Posh, and he does actually farm condos. And the way that he did it was he analyzed what other people were doing. So if he knew someone that lived in the condo, he'd say, can you bring me all their stuff, all the real estate advertisements. And so he analyzed how everybody else did it. What did he end up doing? At the end, what he ended up doing was a full page ad. A full page, like, so 8.5 by 11, cardstock, glossy, red. And he bombarded it, sold with all the solds in the area, in that condo that he did. So, but that's expensive, because you can't door knock in the condo. You can phone call, but most people have cell phones in a condo, right? Because you're dealing with a different demographic. So it's a little bit different. All you can do is print on the most part, right? Get involved in different ways, but yeah. So condos separate than the freehold.
Just to share very quickly that because in the area, one day, 1.5 hours, I was calling this apartment, condos. At the end, someone told me, this is a government home.
Oh, God.
Oh, that's
I Moshe's laughing, the poor thing, but at least now you know. But you know what? Thank you.
have to
Can I
pay
tell you?
attention.
Yes, thank you for sharing that, especially in this class.
Yes.
can have it.
Because this is how, that's right. If we do turnover rates, we'll figure out these things too, but you can't always know. You know, today there's better information. When I was prospecting, we did not have this kind of, we had tear sheets, we didn't have the computer program like this.
The yellow
When I first
pages.
Yeah, seriously. You know what, if you were lucky, you had what they were called the Bauer books. They were these big books, this thick and this big hard copy. And you would have, they usually came in two, depending on how big your area was. And it was alphabetical or by address. So it was like one side, yeah, the other half was alphabetical. Yeah, so alphabetical by name and then by street alphabetically. It was like, oh, so you had to photocopy the street. And I did something the same where I was calling. I didn't know where I was calling. I'm calling this street. I know that and I think the street was Cedar here in Richmond Hill. So I know that there's homes on there. I did not know that right at the foot of Cedar, there's an apartment building. So all of a sudden I'm calling and I'm getting all these great responses. People are talking to me. They're interested. I'm like, wow, this is great. And then finally someone tells me this is a rental apartment. What
Maybe
the
you
heck?
could kind of buyer.
That's
In
it.
2016, I sent the flyers for about 5 rental buildings.
Okay.
And I got, I sent it.
Yeah,
to
on
purpose.
purpose.
I got 2 clients.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes, buyers.
When I made that phone call, when I called the building, what I learned was they are interested. Tenants are interested. So I came up with what was called a renter to owner program. And what was the renter to owner program? It was nothing. It was just I buddied up with a mortgage broker who would say, if you purchase a home like this, this is what your mortgage payments are going to look like. If you purchase this, this is what and a lot of people, and what I did was I chose properties where it was less than rentals. And that's happening even more today. Oh boy. So it's not a bad idea if you do it on purpose. If you do it on purpose, so that's the key. I found out by accident.
I did the purpose to be the
Yeah.
buyer agent. So
Yeah.
I got 2 clients.
Yeah, and it can happen.
One of them, I purchased in my house. I sold it and I purchased again.
It's a demographic that's totally untouched. See, and this is, again, great. I'm glad you shared that too, because as long as you're prepared, you're going in knowing anything works. Anything works. As long as
The
you,
problem is not only like you farming and homeowners.
that's right.
You farm the rentals
You can
too.
farm
to get
rentals.
more clients.
Totally. Absolutely. I absolutely agree. The key with this class is to show you how to do it. And then secondly, that you are the one in control, right? You analyze the information and you now control. Are you comfortable doing this or not? All right, let's keep going. Okay. So now let's start working your area. Prior to the below structure, work your area weekly by phone or face-to-face. Set up a map of communication, 4 times by phone, face-to-face, 12 times by print prospecting, okay? Now, 4 times is a week, a month, and 12 times is a year. Once you know the area though, so remember we were talking about the 500, let me go back to over here. So remember we were talking about this here, and we were saying 500 and then we're gonna go to the next, right? But over here, initially, you're gonna start doing that 4 times by phone or face-to-face, that's per month. But once you've infiltrated this area, now you're moving in here and you're doing this once a week, right? So 4 times a month. This now you can alleviate and you can call them 4 times by phone or face-to-face for the year, okay? Because they'll still remember you. And they don't remember that they're only talking to you 4 times a year because your print prospecting is going out, okay? How long does it take for someone to forget you? Any idea?
No.
6 months.
6 months. Yeah,
6
yeah.
months. What did you say?
As soon
As you stop. They might remember you a little bit, but 6 months they've forgotten who the heck you are altogether. So that's why it's important. So this is what you would set up a map of communication for. And plan and preset what you're doing. Okay, so don't show up, okay, now February is coming, oh my God, and scramble, what am I gonna send out in February? I have no idea, I don't know what to do, oh my God, maybe I'll do this. How much time and energy does that take? Have a plan for the entire year. You are going to have variables, I get that. Like for instance, I don't know what listings will be available for me to call in February. So at that point, but I do know when I want to call just listed. I will plan that out. I may not have the content, but when it comes to print prospecting, you can set up your content. So there's different things that you can do. You're going to have some solds. You can't do that. You're going to have to add those in last minute, but maybe you want to add a featured business of the month, something of value added where people are interested, and you're going to connect your community because when you're farming an area, you're at a very, very interesting position. You're networking with a lot of people. You can bring your community together. And that is a different system. It's called strategic alliance. But I'll touch on it today for the purpose of. So you can do featured business. So what's a business in the farm area that you're working in? Anybody know? Yes.
Like in the farm area that I'm working, there's a girl who is, she's doing a bakery and she's really doing a very great macarons. So
Okay, I love that. Perfect.
And what I'm doing when I'm door knocking, I ask her to give me like 2 or 3 macarons in a really beautiful boxes.
Perfect.
With her like logos and everything.
Perfect.
And I'm not gonna go for door knocking empty-handed, you know.
And that's excellent. Okay. You can also do it differently because it's hard to carry all those macaroons, I would imagine, right? Might be a little cumbersome.
Yeah.
So you can actually create a flyer that on one side it's you, your information, any properties that you've sold, and on the other side, feature business of the month. Go pick up your free macaroons. Bring this card to redeem your free macaroons. It's cheaper for everyone. Okay? And so you can do that 1 month, or you can do that a couple of times in a year. Again, nobody's going to notice. But now Valentine's Day is coming up. That's perfect for it. Go pick up your free macaroons or your Valentine's macaroons or whatever it is, right? So that's ideal for February. Then the next month, so March, what could you do? St. Patrick's Day, right? So something else for that. And you know what? You could use the same bakery, but then there will be someone else. So let's say there's a nail salon in the area. Okay, so for the month of March, get free eyebrows waxed or with every manicure or something like that, right? Or with your manicure, get a free manicure with your polish change or whatever, right? But you work it out with the person and you're going to advertise them for free. That's the key. I'll advertise you for free. Just give my database, my farm, a special gift. That's right. It's only exclusive. And so you're going to say exclusive only for the blah, blah, blah area. My exclusive gift to you. Okay. The other thing too is you could actually, pumpkin, Halloween comes around, right? Christmas trees, poinsettia plants. Some people used to do these big, huge things where they would send out pumpkins to their farm. Well, rather than do that, how about you show up at one of the local farms or a close by farm, or a small grocery store and have them bring in a bunch of pumpkins, right? And then when it runs out, it runs out. But you're there, come see me at Carville grocery store and pick up your free pumpkin, right? Or come see me at Forsyth Farms and come pick up your free pumpkin. Bring this to redeem your free pumpkin. And it's a coupon, right? It's no different than anything else. Make sure it's an expiry because you don't want them to show up. And you can say, I'm going to be there on Saturday and Sunday from 1 to 5. Come at that time to pick up your free pumpkin. okay? Or your free poinsettia, or your free Christmas tree, or whatever it is, okay? And you make an arrangement with that small business owner that you're going to be there, and they tally up, and at the end of the day, you're going to pay. Whatever was purchased, you're going to pay, okay? Yes.
For how long we should do farming for special area? 6 months or 1 year?
For, when you say, for, do you mean?
If you pick an area, special area, and do farming, how long we should do that? For 6 months?
For you to get results?
Have any, yeah.
Usually,
Or change it.
now average, if you're going, if it's going to take you a good 6 months to a year to start really seeing listings come in. If you are consistent with it for about 4 years, you will dominate about 75% of the area. Now, they mentioned Lilith earlier. That's exactly what she did. You know, that's exactly what she did. She did geographic farming to a T. To a T. That's what she did. A lot of hard work, a lot of footwork. Good question. Excellent. Okay. Did everybody hear that? Now, how long are we supposed to do it for? Right? And that'll give you a rough idea. And you may get business sooner. I'm not saying that you won't, but those are what statistics show.
Because when you find in Canada Post the number of houses or apartments, for example, 1,000, you keep going for, it's a small area, but so many houses and apartments.
Right.
So you keep going for 6 months or 1 year, and then the next area near to that, you mean?
Oh, I see what you're saying. My apologies. Okay, I understand. So you're saying when I choose a small, my specific area, that you have to see how quickly you've infiltrated that. Only you can tell that. You may infiltrate that area in 3 months, and now you can move on to the next one. It just depends on how well you did it, how diligent you were at it. But yeah, but your farm as a whole, if you're looking at 6 months to a year to really start getting results. 4 years to dominate the area. But for this, so the question was, how long do I have to sit here before I can jump to the next one? And so on. It depends. Yeah, give yourself a good 3 months though, okay? But it depends. Some people can infiltrate it, you know, quicker. Everybody's a little bit different. And some people might take a little bit longer, depending on how bold you are, you know. So if you don't care and you're going to door knock and you're going to get on the phones and you're going to print prospecting and you don't care, then of course you're going to have quicker results. But some people want to go into it easily, so instead of door knocking, they're just going to flyer the area, right? They just bring them, you know. And if I happen to talk to someone, they might ease into it, right? So it's up to you. If you're ready to go, give yourself a couple of months. Okay, and then you can move on. But you will get a feel for it. I know I've had agents, when I coach them on geographic farming, they'll call her, you know, like she is walking down the streets because she flyered. She never sent anything through Canada Post. She would door knock, she would phone call, and she would flyer it herself. So she would choose a couple of weeks, and all she would do is walk. And she might have walked with her kids or her dog or her husband, and she just walked the area and flyered. And when she would walk through the streets, and if someone saw her, it'd be like, Gerardi, how are you today? It was interesting. When you start having people that know you, you're like, okay, I start being ready to move. When they start doing that, you start being ready to move into the next section.
But it doesn't take so long in comparison with Canada Post, because when you're walking, you just can.
It'll take longer, yeah.
But Canada Post can do it
immediately, exactly. And that just depends on how much time you have. There are some agents that they pay Canada Post, and Canada Post, they've realized didn't deliver their stuff. So there's so many different things, but that's something for you to pay attention to and figure out what works well for you. But yeah, you're right. If I'm going to be flyering it, it's going to take me a lot longer than Canada Post. Boom, one shot.
Yeah, but you have the chance to know.
It's a little bit different. Yeah, it's a little bit different. And again, it's very personal. It's whatever. There's no right or wrong. It's whatever works for you. Yeah, excellent. Good question. All right.
Sorry, Sandra.
Yes.
Please, can you explain it one more time?
This part?
Yes.
So once you've infiltrated an area and okay, let me do it this way. When you're doing this, This here is going to be 4 times a month. Once they know you and they're calling you, hey Sandra, how's it going? And now you want to move into the next area, this will drop to 4 times a year. Okay, so this, 4 times a month first, then once they know you, 4 times a year. Make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I understand. I was confused by 4 times by phone or face to face.
Door knock or phone calls, it's up to you.
Until they kick us.
What's that? No! Okay, but it's how you present yourself. And you know what you're saying is very valid. Because you know what, but it all is the way that you present yourself. Because if you present yourself, hi, did you guys change your mind? You're thinking about making a move now? Well, they're gonna kick you to the curb, right? But if you say, hey, how's it going? You know, the stats are in for our area. It's fantastic. Things are looking positive. You know, you're being interested in them. Your home is doing amazing, you know, and then you can joke around with them. You want to sell now? And you're very good with joking around. You know how to do that. So you can always, you do that. And it's like, hi, how you doing? And, but it's not always about, you know, and then it's not always about real estate. Then you get to know the people. And maybe you're going to connect with someone because they meditate. And, you know, and then you get in your inbox, Deepak Chopra, 21 days free meditation. You can call that person up and say, oh my God, you know, we were talking about meditating and I got this in my, what's your email? I'm going to send this to you so you can sign up for it. It's not always going to just be about real estate. This is about building, you know? And the other thing too is when you're talking, you know, you go door to door and just say, hey, by the way, I love promoting small businesses in my community. Do you have a small business that you'd love me to promote? I'd be happy to do it. Or do you know of anyone in the area that's got I'd be really glad to promote their business. So it's not always about, you know, door knocking, hi, what are you planning on, or it's not always about, oh, so-and-so just listed. After you do this for a while and you start to get to know people, you now have a different rapport with them. You're building a relationship. That's the focus with geographic farming. You're building a relationship. But you gotta be careful because the relationship must always side, like the scale has to tip on the side of professional, you know, because if we get too friendly with them, then we cross borders and they will not take us as seriously. So let me use the example of if we needed a heart surgeon, right? So we go shopping out there for this surgeon. And if I am going to choose a surgeon that is really super friendly versus someone that I know is going to get the job done, I'm going to lean towards the person that I know will get the job done because that's my priority, right? If they happen to be professional and friendly, oh my God, I got myself a bonus, right? So this is where you have to, you know, tip the scale, always favor it towards being professional and knowledge. Knowledge, don't ever forget, that's huge. Showing how good you are. People want to know that you are as sharp as a tack and that you are good in your business, that you are a leader in your industry. They want to know that. If you happen to be friendly on top of it, that's a super bonus. You're going to solidify that deal. Does anybody know agents that are super crass, a little bit on the rude side, not very good, you know, socially, and they make a lot of money? Right? And it's like, well, why would they choose that person? Why? They don't care if it's bedside manners or her bedside
manager.
Right.
All the managers there, like,
right? You want to make sure that they're knowledgeable.
they're doing their job.
That's exactly, they're doing their job. If they happen to be friendly, well, that's just the cherry on top. But they're not choosing the person because they like him or her. They're choosing the person because they know they're going to get the job done. That's what's important. You had a question?
Yeah, about rude agent. I saw a picture of an agent, very mad looking. So what is that? What is the message he's trying to send here? Like,
yeah,
you know, I'm scared looking at that picture.
Yeah,
So
and yet that'll appeal to some people. That'll appeal to some people. It's interesting. And not to us, it might not. We'd be like, ew, I don't want to touch him. But everybody's different. But if you want to get the job done, you're going to go to the person. You don't care about their personality. So that's why when you're building these relationships, please make sure you're always showing how great you are at what you do, how knowledgeable, how successful you are in your business. Okay, good talk, guys. All right, plan and preset your marketing material. So now this says 2018. I didn't have a chance to change that to 2019, and it's difficult to see. But basically, all I want to show here is plan your year at an eye glance. So grab yourself one of those big calendars. Okay, and in the month of January, now you're going to plan it out. So the star is telephone prospecting, and the oval is print prospecting. So you can see here, there's my phone call out. There's my print prospecting. If I go to February, I've got print prospecting. March, I've got print prospecting. April, print prospecting. May, I've got a phone call, and I've got my, okay? Now you're going to plan it. Not only that, but you're also going to have a set plan of what you're going to plan ahead of time, what you're going to send out. I am so glad that you think that. It is small, you're right. Oh, I thought you said it was so smart. Now my feelings are hurt. It is, thank you. It's small, it is small. That's why I've got it on here, and you're gonna make your notes. But it is smart too though, right? Okay. Now, based on your budget, you can send it out January, March, May, July, September, and then you can do other things in between. You don't have to be spending all of your money all at once, right? Or you can do January postcard, a newsletter, a notepad, a calendar, right? You can do that. It's all dependent on what you can afford to do or what you feel comfortable affording. But plan it at a year ahead, so you now know. So remember, we were talking about February coming up. Okay, well, here we don't have anything for February, but let's pretend that we've got January. Oh, I'm going to be sending out organizing home. February, I'm sending out financing your dream home. I've got the topic already set. It's going to go out. I may have to add a few things here and there, but the bulk of it is done. Yes?
Do you have a sample of those?
No, this is actually, it's a company. You have to hire a company to do this. Or you would have to sit with marketing to plan that out. But these are companies that you hire, and they will preset based on your budget. They will preset, and they will automatically mail it out for you.
Do you have a company name?
There's all kinds out there. There's iExact, there's KitsPack, there's all kinds. Morrison, there's all kinds. You have to find one that works for you. So if you Google real estate marketing and have fun with it, play with it, and figure out what works for you. Okay, but KitsPack is really good. KITSPAK, KitsPack. They're very good. Okay, value added. We already talked about that, you know, about feature business or the free macaroons that come pick that up, right? We've already talked about that. When it's energy savings time, come see me at the office. I'll be here on these days. Come pick up free light bulbs or batteries for your, whatever, your, my gosh, the, what do you say? Fire alarm. It took me a while to get that out. I should have, instead of having something calming, I should have had coffee. And the #1 mistake, ta-da! Remember this, Susan? Susan got this right from the beginning. The stop and go technique, mastered by most realtors. This manner of farming only illustrates to our farm area that we are not reliable. That's the only thing you're going to do. Now, troubleshooting, because you know what? You could be sending out, you could be making phone calls, I'm doing this, and maybe it's not working. And Susan, to your point earlier, we're saying, how long is it going to take? When you're analyzing, if you're seeing, shoot, you know what, I'm doing this, but I'm not getting a positive response, and I want to be able to do this in 3 months and move to my next bubble of farm area. You've got to troubleshoot what you're doing. So always pay attention to what you're doing, what works and what doesn't work, okay? Obviously, do more of what works. So if it's not creative, it will not sell. Are you effectively communicating to the consumer? So pay attention to these things. Are you being interested versus interesting? So am I actually interested in them, or is it all about me? I'm number one agent, number one, hire me, right? Do you stand out? And are you building a sense of trust with the homeowner? These are all very important. Are you promoting reliability in your service? Right? And you know, reliability in your service, showing that might be a tricky thing to do. But you may want to do even some of your own stats, right? Like, I sell 100% of my listings. Could be something as simple as that. You know, days on market. My average listing is on the market for 20 days. Could be even that. For results like this, call me now, right? So it could be something like that. Harvest. Consistent farming will yield 75% of all listings in your farm area. And this number here is 4 years, okay? And does everybody get the point here about consistency?
Yeah.
Do it every day.
I wonder if that shows. But when we are consistent, we are quietly showing that we are actually credible. We are, you know, trustworthy. We're all of those things. Okay. Now let's see here. Now remember we were talking about planning. You're in an eye glance. This here is a sample. Now I know that this is not terribly, or is it? It's not. It doesn't show too well. So we can get you copies. If you guys want it, just email me at coachsandra@gmail.com, and we will send one out to you. Okay. And over here I say consider strategic alliance, and it can be in alignment with this. So remember we were talking about February. So of course there's Valentine's Day, there's Super Bowl, and Groundhog Day. So these are fun things that you can incorporate into your door knocking. When you're looking at, let's see, some of the holidays, Father's Day, your handout or your feature business may want to center around fathers. Could be a local beer brewing or wine brewing place, or it could be some places now have male, what's that?
Stops.
Yeah, exactly, right? So there's all kinds of things. There's now even, apparently in Markham, there's like a VIP service for it's a barbershop. And the VIP membership means that they can go upstairs, they can get their hair cut, and they can have cigars, chit chat. Yeah, I was like, they're turning it into a male spa. So there's all kinds of stuff, right? So you might want to target those types of businesses in your featured business. All kinds of things. Health month, summer begins, National Safety Month. So you can do all of that. June also, let's see here, May, when do we plant? After May 2-4, right?
May 24.
Right after that. How about like seedlings or seeds? You know, what used to be super popular when I was door knocking was forget-me-not. The flowers, the seeds. But imagine if you have like a little sapling or something, or you can hand out a little plant, whatever it is that you want to do, right? Have fun. But seeds is nice and easy. Can't go wrong with that. There's also door knockers. You know, Etsy. I know the guys are going to love me for this suggestion. Etsy. Ladies, has anybody been on Etsy?
No, what is that?
Etsy.com. ETSY.com.
One more time.
ETSY.com. Yes, all kinds of very interesting, different handmade things. And you know what they sell on Etsy are these keys that have seeds implanted inside. So you can hand out the key with your business card or whatever. All they have to do is plant and water the key that you give them. It's so cool. They've got all kinds of ideas. So Etsy is pretty interesting that way. You'll get all kinds of weird, interesting things on there, right? But Etsy, I'm trying to think if there's another one out there. Nothing is coming to me right now. Etsy seems to be the one that's really the go-to when it comes to that. You can get all kinds of promotional stuff, like promotional companies are out there, but I find that they tend to be a little more pricey than turning to one of these crafty type places. Makes it a little bit easier. Yeah.
Or fitness.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like
sometimes they offer a month, free month.
Well, this is it. Exactly. You know, most of them will do that and you can hand that out. Yeah, totally. So there's so many things that you can do, guys, and here's some ideas. Now, remember when we were talking about mapping the area, right? Because you guys have a little bit of a tricky situation. So over here, let me go back a bit. Oh God, that's gonna be annoying. This one here. You see how here this is yellow? Eventually what happens when you have now created, you've got one bubble, this bubble would be yellow, then this bubble would be blue, this one will be green, and this one will be red. So you would create an actual legend down here. And each bubble will be taken care of in your map of communication, okay? Now that's in general. Remember when we're doing it in general, it's 4 times a month by phone or face, 12 times by print prospecting, right? But when you're trying to infiltrate it, it's a little bit different because you have to do it weekly until you infiltrate the area. And this here is a sample of a map. I keep it simple. Anybody can do this. You don't need anybody to do it. You can do this. You just take a photo or print the screen of your map area. The colors are a little bit difficult to see here. So yellow is Monday, green is Wednesday, and orange is Friday. So I believe this here is yellow. So I'm going to do this area here on Monday. I'm going to door knock all of this. Up here is all green. I'm going to do that on Wednesday. And over here is orange. I'm going to do those streets on Friday. Okay, and that's how you do it. Obviously, you're going to move quicker by phone than you are by foot. So pay attention to how long it actually takes you to, you know, to cover an area. Everybody's going to be a little bit different with speed and how long you spend talking to people and things like that. Okay. Any questions for me, guys? That's it.
Thank you.
Are you kidding? My pleasure. Thank you, guys. And don't forget my email, coachsandra@gmail.com. So if you have any questions, if you want to pop in to see me, send me an email and I'd be happy to go through this with you again. We also have a really great opportunity to be able to video conference. So if you have questions, you want to set up a video conference, I can go through whatever items were maybe too small for you to read again, or maybe you had a specific question about, okay? Other than that, go farm and have fun. Thank you so much, guys. We'll see you. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We don't yet. But you know what? I really want to do something like that. I know.
You know, some of those just say that just speak very short and
Everybody's a little bit different. I know. Everyone's different. I know. You know which scripts I tend to like are the Mike Ferry ones.
Oh, yeah.
And because he's so quick and straight to the point. And what I like about that, is that he is what's the word? He is straight to the point. You add your own flowery personality to it. You don't need, you know, you don't need to be told what to be flowery about. You want to put your own personality in it, right? Yeah, so those ones are. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to meet you, my dear. I would be happy to. It would be a pleasure. Anytime, I'd be happy to meet with you. Thank you. Thank you. Are you kidding? My pleasure. Take good care, guys.
Hi. Claudia, nice meeting you.
Hi.
We're in the same.
Oh, it's nice.
And so are you there? Actually, you know, I haven't been going in a month, but I should. They send me for phone calling, they send me something that I can call for and it's showing there's a connection. You can ask for it on the display. See, I got my license in 2008, but I never used it. Yes, 10 years ago, I was working. I was working somewhere else. Now, I just started full time and,
Yeah, that's what they all want. Okay, so the
previously I did some scams, like friends and family, but here and there, in this year. But I never got a training, never got anything, just like part-time, working in the meantime, my house, friend's house, here and there, you know. But now I decided to go serious, but it is difficult because I never got it finished. Friends and family, I did them, for all these years.
So now you have to reach out to strangers.
So let's say an area has a street.
And I've been basic. Yes, I did. I did take all of them because I was busy. I took only two courses.
So now it's 300. So that is my number of houses.
It's very important. It's like I'm doing with the family to see my mom sick, the doctor go there, and when you have all these things, it's this time you have to sit and do from this time to this time I have to do
So
this.
you're doing a CMA, and then based on not the.
So I don't know, I'm being.
Yeah.
Thank you for changing. I have. Oh, you're welcome. I have no choice. No, I have to bring money. Yes,
No, you gotta do it.
I did that question and, between Richmond and Netherlands.
I'll show it to you again.
You know where, community center is? I live right there. Like
All right, guys, I will see you guys later.
Sandra,
Nice to see you
nice
guys.
to see you.
Always a pleasure. All right, bye, guys. Take care. I look forward to it. I love this.
Right? I was just saying.
I know, and you know what I like most? That
The colors, they're like, not the originals, but the colors are
Love
like
it.
amazing.
I love it. And it's so chic.
Yeah.
It is, exactly. All right, take care, guys.
Your teeth, Sandra. Yeah, teeth, teeth out.
You're calling.
Your calming teeth.
I'm gonna go and have my coffee. I'm tossing this out. Thank you very much.
Exactly.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Nice. Thank you.
I'll text you, I'll text you maybe we'll meet at the other office or I don't know.
Yeah, we should, I know. So what are you doing now? Like, did you build your website?
No, not yet, I'm
Yeah, I
still
did
waiting
that.
for the license, I'm still waiting, but they told me that I can register already. So,
I did the website and like all the social media and everything. Yeah. So we'll see, I don't know, like, do you have a temporary card?
So that's the other.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So I'll text you. Okay, like even, I don't know.
oh God, I remember I'm behind too, actually, because I haven't done.
No, I did the social media and I'm working on social media, but I can go on the Facebook and stuff, Facebook, Instagram, and, LinkedIn.
You had those accounts, like private.
No, I never had, yeah, I had private, but I built as a business now.
I'm gonna have to do that.
Yeah, the business and I have my website now.
I'm gonna find you.
Yeah, the website. I wouldn't have it. I'm especially hard. Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. But I think it's my parents. My parents are mine are here. They live with me. So it's like, that's why I mostly decided to go. full time from home, because I can take care of them. Once I set up this whole thing and we have the machine going, you cannot manage it all because you have to go out there and in this weather and it's like,
Hey, we can learn to do that.
yeah,
Actually, one is easy to go
in a team, actually, you're right.
And we're the same. I think it's not like you've been doing this for 10 years. I mean,
No, I wish.
Yeah, sure. It's just.
In a way, I'm scared. No, I'm scared a little bit, like, I will start.
Just okay. I think it's sit down, make a plan, and just stick to the plan. Because if you get chaotic, then it's like, I'm gonna go
So where do
to
you live, which area do you live?
You know what downtown Woodbridge is?
Yeah, I know.
It's just, I'm just right there.
No, it's not far.
I usually go out, there's a Starbucks on Weston and Rutherford.
Yeah,
I go there all the time.
me too sometimes. I don't prefer service to either from me. I like it more.
I like it. Okay, it
So
was
nice
good to meet you,
meeting
so
you.
we'll talk. Bye, guys,
Bye.
nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Hey, how are you? How have you been doing? I want to talk to you.
Yeah, I'm doing.
Really? You started?
You have to do.
So what do
Talk
you
to
do?
people and say, I'm
You
doing
started
this.
the cold calling?
Oh, no cold call yet.
Well, only family,
No
friends.
cold call yet. Just talking to people around us.
Yeah.
Yes? Oh, yeah, we just finished class, so we'll see you there in 35 minutes. Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, bye. Sorry,
So it's okay. So, you finished with website and everything?
The website is, I just set up a basic one. With
I
Eric.
did that with Eric too. I did that too. But have you been going to Eric again?
If you need to, book it and go see him. But if you don't need to, you don't have to.
I don't have to, right? Because he's like, you have to come, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, why do I have to come?
Yeah.
I went twice.
Yeah, that's enough. I mean, if you finish with him, you're done. But
Yeah,
I
he's
have
like,
it.
I think because he's been coaching, right?
Yeah.
I think he's
But
trying
he's
to.
fully booked. You can't book him until
No,
February.
you can book him, it's okay for booking, but I'm just thinking maybe he wants me to go with him for coaching or something, because I said, I'm not ready to pay him. I'm like, I don't.
No,
want
you're
to
blocking
coach
me?
anymore.
Yeah, I am.
And
No,
he's like,
I'm
oh,
not.
everything
I'm
is
relying on you,
free and
man.
everything
All
like
right.
that.
Depend on you.
And this
I
time,
will
I
give
did
you
everything, the website, the social media with him and everything. And then now he's like, he's like, oh, I'll talk to you about the farming and everything. I'm like, why is he doing this?
Yeah, well, he's coaching totally free. The 2
Coaching
hours.
is Irish?
Yeah. Anytime you want to see him. It's not about not paying. It's
No, I think
he
he
helping.
is with pay. You have to be, even stand.
Sandra, yeah, you have to. But what about the 2 hours we got from him, they were free, right?
No, I mean, okay, the first time building the website and everything, is good, but what about after that?
After, if you want him to be like holding your hand, you have to pay.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
But yeah, but this time.
you're not asking him to hold your hand.
No,
You
just
just
I
asking.
told him, is this free, the service that you're giving?
Yeah. And he said,
Yes, it's free, because I said, I'm not ready to pay for coaching.
so if it's, if he says free, and then it is.
Yeah, so I'll be going on Monday to see him.
Yeah.
So,
Because
he will be talking about the farming and how to do it and everything, how to select the farming area.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Whatever she said today. Yeah, so I'll see how it goes.
Yeah,
It's
because-
hard though, like,
Well, you do small. Like,
I know
she
it's
said.
hard, I mean, going to start with Tyler. That's my only mistake. Yeah, so you started, and
I just talk to people.
but there's nothing yet, right? It's just like prospecting. You listening? Oh my God, you're fast.
Good, good. The one with, I think Shepherd or the one? 6 8. Oh, good.
Descent and whole house.
Oh, okay. I don't know what it, okay.
Where are you? But yeah, I got you. I was tied up. I didn't even look at it yet because I was moving on groups for a page. He does one-on-one coaching. So I was takes a signature brand doing anything. So it's good. Whatever was signing up the proper brand image. So yeah, he's the one who's coming in.
اول آدم احتیاج کوچینگ لازم داره اگه
You guys are free. Come on.
کوچینگ هم
But he's like another part. He's not doing your own page. Still, if you wanted to come to hear what he has to say, it'd be great. And we're in a group setting as opposed to one-on-one. So yeah. And you just tell me the best, just for email class. Just certain things that he suggested to use. WhatsApp brings a good agent from a great agent. And how the lead generation might capture that and stuff like that. So it's good. Enjoy. How did it go with that house of the bridge?
آره ولی اگه بخوای ازش
واقعیت کمک خیلی
Okay, good. Right.
approach. در حال دیگه همین که شما تو مایه میذارید هرکی باشه و هرچی آدم
Right. And if he is the truth that you're doing, your clients are like, I just like that.
It's like good to know about clothes.
Yeah. Okay, go back to your thing. Yeah. Let me know. I'm curious about that.
Oh yeah.
I said, let me know what that was. I'm curious if you think it for something. That's a game changer. Yes. Yeah, that's low, but you'll find it. Let me know. I'm curious. Awesome. Okay, well, listen, go do your thing, and we'll touch base later. But thanks for sending the email. I'll take a look at it when I get a chance. I'm sure it's all good. Okay. Thanks.
That's a lot of money. در سال جفتتون
نه
$500 در سال ببین اینجا مثلا این چیز میشه ولی با نیست میشه ولی 5% هستش اونجا پس بهتر شده اون انیمیتی هم نداری به من هم رفتی یه چیزی هستش که اینجا رو باید بیشتر رویشی نزدیک هم سنترال هست کجا
تو کانال دور نمیشه کرد ولی میخوام اینجا تازه دارم شروع هم دورم بیشتر دوستان اون کانال موسیقی افراد
زنگ بزنید
حالا ببینیم که اینجا تو آفیس چطور کنم
چند وقت نشستید الان؟
اینجا؟ الان شد 2 هفته خیلی جدید اسم شما خودم
من آریا
من ادورتایزر
شما فامیل
مدنی سیمیا مدنی اینجا میشه
اینو اینجا غذا میخوره خوشحال شدم
آخر شما یه نفر میخوام اگه میتونیم کارتون روش شیفت کنیم این کار رو بکنیم یعنی بدیم کارتون انجام بده خودش چی گفت میکنه اگه تو میگه نه خب نیستش میشه لطف کنیم مثلا اطلاعات کانتکت رو برام بفرستید بعید آره اطلاعاتش خوبه ازش بپرس آره ببینیم مثلا میتونیم آره ببین یه هولدینگش آره خب نتیجه چی شد میخوام ببینم پیشنهادشون واسه موندن مثلا شما شخص آره خب باشه حالا پیگیری کنید من چیز میشه خیلی حساس میشه اون واقعا شیرین کردن چیزی اصلا نمیدونم هر آدمی که شخصا چطوری بتونه تو اصلا مسائل مختلف مشاهده می‌آورده باشه که ما به مشکل برهم باید مطمئن باشیم که این داستان چطوری میشه پس شما این چرا این خبری مثلا چیز نهایی بدین آره آره ولی من بسازم آره با این خانم یالدا خانمشان قایم این آدم باسوادیه مدلش هم من آدم ندیدم که بخواد بیزنس کنه خیلی باسواد اطلاعاتش خوبه تیمش کاناداییه و همین یه خورده باهاش کیپیه چون ماشین که نمونه پیشنهادش چیه آره اینو حتما باهاش حالا آره ببین کفایت من هم لطفا در این کارا بذاریم که ببینم که چه کاری بهتره واقعا خواستیم باشه سلام به هم جونم برسه واقعا آره آره دقیقا همین آره دقیقا برای همین میگم که آره برای همین من باید باز کنم مرکز شرایط آخری نقیقا که اصابی بازم نمیشم که برای این کار دارم یعنی هرچی فکر کردم دیدم که این موضوعی که من کاملا تیم بود و نبید این حرفی یه همیشه میتونیم حالا بس من آفر کنم و سلام خیلی والا شما
Hi, how are you? Hi, Terry. Hi. How are you? Good, thanks.
So today busy, yeah? Every day you are busy.
Oh, yeah. You know what, even when I'm not busy, I find stuff to keep me busy, that's for sure. It's just boring if you're not busy, right? این آرسته ریجکت شده گفتم الان رفته سراغ وکیل رفته مسافرت برای این هم 10 روز
or just or like, I'm not, but it's okay.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, great.
How did you guys find the class?
Oh, this is amazing. Yeah.
Not bad. No, actually very good. I really like it.
Yeah, I've been mentored from Sandra for a year, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I've taken so many of her courses. I even got personal coaching.
She is amazing, truly.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I had now like a couple of coaches from the other like brokerage before, but she is truly a
Yeah, yeah. She taught me how to prospect,
Oh,
generate
really?
leads, set leads.
nice.
Yeah. How to like follow up everything.
Oh, okay.
So she has a kind of, private coaching.
Yeah, yeah. There's a private coaching course, 6 sessions. It's like $200.
Oh, really? That's really good. Yeah.
And is there any kind of follow-up? Because, yeah, I remember last time she told that she had some kind of follow-up, with the agents and, control.
Yeah.
Does she like do like that? She like.
Yeah, yeah. She teaches you how to like. She teaches you like how to get on the phones, how to follow up with leads, create your database. She doesn't teach you social media, but like she gives you some general tips here and there.
Oh,
Obviously, she doesn't know so much about that stuff, but she'll give you tips that she learns from other people.
oh, nice.
Yeah.
Good to know that.
Well, she's mastering, I think, door knocking or.
She didn't do door knocking. She did mostly cold calling.
Cold call.
That's all she did.
Oh, nice.
Door knocking, she did very little. I used to do a lot of door knocking.
Which area are you working?
I work in, Carville Road.
Oh, yeah.
Just right there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, because I live on Bathurst and Carville.
Oh, good for you. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's good. Good podcast, yeah.
I know that you were on a cold calling in that place.
Yeah, yeah.
So
What is your
for the first
background?
time.
My background is Pakistani.
Pakistani, nice.
What is it? Used to live in Dubai, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
you used to live there?
I was born and raised in Dubai.
Oh, nice. Where did you live?
I lived in downtown.
Downtown, like Jeddah?
No,
Oh,
like near the Burj Khalifa,
Oh,
Dubai Mall.
Oh, the new downtown are you
Yeah, the
talking
new
about?
downtown.
Oh, you used to live in JLT?
JLT?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I used to go to school, like I studied at Ajmer University,
Oh,
architecture, and then I got masters, I got my masters in, what was it? The university in Knowledge Village, AUA.
University of Wollongong?
No, not Wollongong, it's other university,
Okay.
IAU.
IAU, okay.
And then, yeah, I got my master's there. I used to work there. I used to do real estate there as well.
Really?
Yeah, on those like 2000. I'm talking about like 2000, 2008, 2000,
Wow.
like before that crisis.
Yeah,
Okay?
yeah.
I did that was my first experience with the real estate, and I did great.
Yeah, real estate is so different
Yeah.
there, and it's so different.
It is. There
From
is like
Canada.
that time that wasn't any kind of
That's like a
certificate, nothing.
Whole new world real estate.
Yeah, and I was like, I just bought like a lot of new construction for my father's friends,
Yeah.
And I made I can say in 1 month around 30,000 dirham.
Wow.
And I was like, wow, I'm not gonna go
That's
to university.
$10,000.
I'm done. I'm not gonna study architecture. This is fun.
That's amazing.
And then everything died all of a sudden, you know?
I should have been there.
Yeah, that was so fun.
Anyway, 2008, so I was only probably like 11 years old at that time, 12, 11.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So I told.
I'm 22 now.
So you find out how old I am. That wasn't really good. I'm 33.
Oh, okay. Well, I wasn't thinking about it, but.
Yeah, that was like, did you miss the bar? I missed.
Sometimes I do,
Okay.
sometimes I don't. Like I was there for 5 weeks.
Okay.
First 2 weeks I enjoyed a lot. Like I was there for vacation just recently. So
Okay.
first 2 weeks I enjoyed so much.
Okay.
The next 3 weeks was boring as hell.
Oh, really? Yeah, it is. Yeah, when you're coming here and then when you get used to the nature that we have it
The
here
Canadian life,
in
yeah.
Canadian life,
You
it's
cannot
like,
get used to Dubai.
there is like really everything is artificial. You know?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, but what I miss the resorts there.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then
Which were
shopping.
you part of?
Before
Yeah,
Richmond.
Over there?
No, there no, it was the one brokerage.
Okay,
The one, it belongs to one Iraqi guy,
okay.
and yeah, that's it.
Did you do door knocking there, Aisha?
Oh no way! That was like
No one there does door
the
knocking.
concept is absolutely
So
different.
different, so
Absolutely like different.
But I would still do
The
it if I was
most
there.
important, like what I used to do there, it was all about like a new construction
Yeah.
things. And the most important, they do have like a five different layer of lunges project. And then the most important thing back there was how like powerful your growth rate was
Yeah.
to get that VVVIP like a lunges, which was the most important one. That's it. No, I never like. No, I don't remember that I did any like
Yeah.
farming things. No, these kind of things like.
This is like only Canada and US. Like what
Yeah,
we
exactly.
we learn in these courses only works in Canada and US.
Exactly.
Does not work in any other part of the world.
And then back there, it really depends how big your surface of
Yeah.
influence is. And if you don't have any like network, forget it. You are not gonna survive.
My friend, he actually used to cold call there, and how he did it was, he would do it in 2 ways. One, he would go to areas that are very like, because he's Indian.
Oh, okay.
You would go to like very
Indian
Indian based or like heavily
Yeah.
Indian ethnicity areas.
Okay.
Or what he would do is you probably noticed this, it's probably racist, but
Yeah, they are racist.
most of the security guards are Indians.
Indians,
Have
yeah.
you noticed that?
Yeah.
It's so obvious. So you would go to all the Indian security guards of the JVR area,
Oh, JVR.
and you would just ask for all their phone numbers,
Oh,
the whole
nice.
residents' phone
Yeah,
numbers.
yeah.
The security guard would give it to him, and you would just cold call him.
Oh, nice.
That's how he did it.
really good. That's really good. Idea.
Yeah. Here is different because here, like, even if I go to like an Indian guy here, he's very westernized. So he's not gonna be like, he's gonna say, dude, no way. He's not gonna be like, oh, here, buddy, here.
Oh, no, that's not.
He's gonna like, dude, no way. I'm not letting you disturb these
Yeah.
people. I gotta do my job. I don't wanna lose
Yeah.
my job.
Yeah.
That Canadian mentality.
Yeah.
So it's not
Which I
gonna,
respect that one.
yeah.
Yeah, and then good idea. Have you ever tried Brampton by any chance?
No.
No?
I only do areas nearby.
Nearby, yeah.
Yeah. Cause like where you live is the best.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, you're right. Yeah. Good.
Yes, are you working
As a real estate agent,
Yeah.
it's my second year.
So you're in a same place.
I got licensed in 2018.
Yeah, me too.
So it's my second year. But at least you did it before, right? So it's not that different for you.
To be honest, I don't count those days as that was an absolutely different experience.
Yeah.
But yeah,
But see, the thing about you two guys, you're probably like in your early 30s, right? Late 20s.
no
Late
way.
20s or late 30s.
He's my husband.
He's
like way older than me. Older than me, like 10
I
years
thought you were
older
like
than me.
33, 34. Okay. Sorry about that.
Oh, thank you.
So you guys are in your 30s, right? So so
Yeah, so like, he's
People-
like, he's 34.
you can easily relate to the crowd. Like,
Yeah.
I'm 20, so you probably wonder how hard it is for me to get this.
But like, it's like not, no offense, like, don't focus on your age, because it doesn't show that you're trying to, like, you look kind of like professional, grown up, like experience. Don't worry about
The
it.
max I look is 25, nothing above that.
No, this, like a mustache thing, you know, I had the same, I had the same issue, and then when I just colored up my hair, it just like, it turns to like different.
So what's your background?
Persian, Iranian,
Persian.
yeah.
Oh, you know what you look like? I swear, I thought you were Latina. I swear.
Latina, yeah, I get this.
You're Persian, right?
Yeah, he is, yeah.
You, I could tell you're Persian.
Yeah.
Were you Persian?
Oh, really?
You look so Latina.
Um,
Latina, South American.
Yeah.
So your family is from Russia.
Yeah, my mom, my mom's side, they're Russian.
Oh, you
Which
don't
I'm
even look
not,
Russian
I
at all.
don't
Yeah.
look like them at all, yeah, not at all.
She's from east of Russia. You're from Uzbekistan.
Yeah.
I'm from west.
I miss a lot, I miss shopping. A lot.
Now that you're Persian, I can imagine you two married. But before, I was surprised when you two were because Hispanic with Persian,
Persian,
it's
that
not
doesn't
so
work.
common, it's so rare.
And sometimes it doesn't work.
Yeah, you will never see
No,
a.
this works.
It's so hard to see a Pakistani. Like we Pakistanis, we only marry Indians
Indians.
and Afghanis. That's all.
Oh, okay.
We don't.
Which part of Pakistan?
I'm from Karachi.
Karachi.
Like we don't marry white people or
Oh,
African
really?
people.
Oh.
So it's being the new generation does,
Oh, okay.
but the older generation doesn't.
That's not, oh, okay. When was the last time that you came in Pakistan?
Oh, when I was like 6.
Six.
Yeah.
When you was 6?
When I was 6.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh, long time. Dubai. And now you're here with all families.
Me, I live here alone.
Oh, okay.
My whole family's in, like my parents and my brother are in
In
Dubai,
Dubai, okay.
and my sister's in Qatar, and the other one's in Miami.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, I'm all here alone. Like I got cousins here, but that's it.
Okay. And then you can like, there are a lot of, I know, investors back in Dubai. That
Yeah.
you can like leverage from the parents there to send it to you, like especially a lot of rich Pakistanis. I don't know, like a lot.
That is a good idea, but the thing is, my parents don't support my parents.
Um,
Yeah, they're very old school type.
oh, okay. Absolutely understand.
Yeah.
Like, I was like,
Are you going to the university or college?
So what happened was I actually got like when I was in university, I never took it seriously because I always hated it, and then I got suspended. Once I got suspended, I was like, no point of going back. I'll just drop out.
oh yeah,
I got tired of it. Yeah.
yeah.
But you go to the high school. Yeah.
I didn't do school here. I did school in Dubai. I
In
graduated.
Yeah,
Everyone does it. They go to school there,
so that's good.
and then they go to Canada or America for university.
Yeah.
That's the culture. Like especially for Indians and Pakistanis
Yeah.
who live in Dubai. Yeah.
But most of them go to the London.
Yeah, then we go to UK. So
Yeah.
mostly it's Canada and America.
Yeah, there are a lot of Pakistanis in
Yeah, lots.
a lot. Nice. And do you have office here?
Yeah, second floor.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What is the number of your office? We can come and say, hey, something. How much years there?
I forgot. This is 30, 30. So 231.
231, okay.
Yeah.
Good, good. All right, nice. So see you soon.
Oh yeah, here's my card by the way.
Oh, nice. I don't have yet.
No worries, yeah.
Oh,
Oh, here's
wow.
my card.
Nice. Shaban, yeah.
Yeah.
Shaban.
I know, I come up as Persian.
Yeah.
Everybody thinks I'm Persian.
Because they have,
Yeah.
common history together.
Yeah, yeah.
In the west of India.
Like I advertise online a lot, right? Like I advertise on, not social media, but Facebook, Kijiji, Zumper,
Okay.
Padbacker, Craigslist. I advertise so much.
Okay.
I get so many calls. Everybody thinks I'm Persian.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
you're right. And it's
Nice.
amazing.
Like they say,
And if you show it to the Arabs, they say that, okay, are you from Arab?
yeah, everyone thinks I'm Arab.
And
Exactly.
you can speak Arabic.
No, very,
Nothing?
no, nothing.
Or you understand?
I can understand very little.
He is not us, you know that? He's
No,
same
I'm
as
not
a-
like you guys. I can understand totally.
Yeah.
And in
It's
a,
okay,
like
it's
in depends the situation. I have like
Yeah.
no way I can speak like Arabic.
But you at least you can speak Farsi.
Because most of the time you.
Sorry?
At least you can speak Farsi.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
she can speak.
I know very, very little.
Right.
Salam, خوبم
Farsi.
مرسی.
Oh, that's it. Oh, okay. Farsi.
خوش حالم میبینمت.
Oh, nice. And even your accent is really cool. Like you don't have like this foreign accent. Your accent is very good.
I was told to call, not YouTube, but like girls my age, Aziza.
That's nice.
Walk up to them and
Tell
say,
me who taught you this word? People from London?
yeah.
Nice.
Another one, not two of course, but خیلی خوشگل شدی.
خیلی خوشگل. Oh, no, that's cool. That's cool. Nice. Good. Good for you. So I can teach you more words. If you want
Yeah,
to say
for sure.
cool, you can say bahale.
باحاله.
Bahale.
باحاله. باحاله.
It means it's really cool.
Oh, I learned this. Damn it, guy.
Damn it's cool. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah. See?
Anyways, pleasure meeting you, sir. What's your name?
Polya.
Paulia Mohammed. Well, take care. Enjoy your day.
Thank you. You too. That's fun, Terry. I really love this place.
Oh,
People,
that's
as I mentioned before, they are so friendly. I love it. It's like positive vibe every time that I'm coming to your office.
I need to just film that. Can I do that?
Oh,
Do
yeah.
you think you can say it again?
Oh,
I'm gonna
yeah,
send it
sure.
to Vivian and make
Oh,
her
yes.
so
Yes,
happy. Okay, let me just figure out how to use this.
Are you just recording me like a video?
I'm going to now. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely fine. Hi,
Oops,
Vivian.
Sorry, that was
Yeah.
a picture.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Hi, Vivian. This is Polya. I'm a new agent here, and I just want to tell you how I feel about this office. And the people here, they are so friendly, and every single time that I'm here, I just feel this positive energy here, and it's like a very, very good vibe. And I'm so happy I'm a member of your team. Thank you so much.
Now let me view it, because last time I went to a wedding, my friend's wedding, and I did a lot of the video on my phone. There was no sound. I don't know, like I'm so old fashioned when it comes to technology. It's unbelievable. Yeah, let's see.
At the first day, she was concerned that, I don't have any idea what's going on with page, but we find that, I said, okay, you should come and have an experience.
Aw,
Yeah,
that's
it's
so
really
nice.
Friendly, yeah, because, yeah, she came from Remax, and by the way, she really, enjoyed, yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah, I can't tell.
awesome.
Like I was telling to one of my friends yesterday, she's still there. I said, "Oh my God, you have to come and check out here." And I was telling about Sandra.
And you were with Daryl, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And then Sandra, she is awesome. And I think there are a lot of people going to, not a lot of, but maybe mostly, because she was telling me yesterday. She said, "You know what? We are going to pay like a monthly fee. It's going to be around like 160.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, oh, if you not take care of it,
she said, no, he said, this is the amount that you have to pay. And I said, okay, what was the people's reaction or the team's member reaction? She said, oh, there are a lot of people thinking about like, if we are going to pay like this much, so it's better to join like royalty pay and like doing our own branding instead of doing his branding.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, well, hopefully that'll be nice.
Yeah, and yeah, who knows what will happen, yeah.
I'm gonna send this to Vivian, she'll be so happy. Thank you, you too, have a great weekend this weekend.
Yes, I know this, I know that. Yeah, so I kind of like, well, yeah, because I don't say much because I want to get through his contacts. So yeah, so he's very like, he was really nice to the phone with me. He was like, oh, really nice. Here's I gotta do this, I gotta do that. This work, crazy that. So, no, I'm like, oh my God, whatever you want to find, thank you very much. You also I go getter, so you don't waste time. Yeah, I know. So yeah, that's great. So it was a good conversation we had. It wasn't talking about work, and I said about your stuff as well. Just talking about work, and talking about this message. And then oh, so I'm like, so how you guys anything? So what's new with you guys? Did you guys? He's like, oh, you know, stuff is hard, you know, we're busy working on it. She was upset, so I'm like, yeah, but listen, can I give you like a brotherly? So can I give you a brotherly like advice? So yeah, what? If you'd like to go on shore, go. No. Well, first I say, you know, Nick is a great girl, this and that. You know, I saw you nice. Nick is a great person. So yeah, you know, I go, you know, you never know, great to go. I just let it be, just, you know. So yeah, I know, but I'll call her.
Oh, Mary, hi.
Some tea.
Oh, okay.
They have a storage room down there.
Yeah, they do. But it's just all the same things, just Splenda, sugar, coffee beans. Just
Yeah, just gotta put some.
that.
That's a cup that I used to bring off the tea bags.
Oh.
Yeah, you picked up. That's good. This week is coming.
I know, Mary. Did you bring lunch?
No.
Oh, Mary.
No, I had the breakfast.
Oh, okay. Oh.
ببین اگر که بیایم ما خونه شما رو اومدیم برای مبنی مستقل گذاشتیم فقط این کم بود
Oh, okay.
ولی خونه شما رو ببین الان یه دونه که سیلوانا وسط فرستادم که چی همین از اوینیو
The open house is posted there. On LinkedIn and on TikTok.
We have another,
Oh, okay.
Hello, hello. Right? No. What do we have for lunch?
you talking to us?
Yeah?
Oh.
Well, beautiful ladies.
Jasmine is having salad.
Not sharing with me? What are you having, Mary?
Nothing.
Nothing?
I had a late
Oh, yes,
breakfast, so
okay.
I'm happy to eat.
Okay, good for you. That's nice. It's not like you, not to share.
I don't think you like it. It's not very. Yeah.
Oh, good, man. Yep, Persian food is heavy, you know.
Yeah.
For lunchtime, I try to.
Eat something
What is that
light.
yellow stuff?
Sauce.
You cook Persian food?
Sometimes.
No. You don't cook them. No. I mean.
Let's go to the side.
Or what about formal?
What hormone is this?
I don't have that. How are you doing?
Are you cold? Oh my gosh, freezing. Everyone's cold today.
Yeah.
Windy.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, go ahead.
Over there. Don't be careful.
It's like this. Oh. What's it called? No.
Three. Right. Oh. No, I don't know. That's بابا شدن چیکار میکنیم؟ دو پنج گردون هیچ کدومش ساده نیست. نه. چی میگه؟ با تو؟ Oh my god. Oh my god. خودش رو خوش عوض کنه چه به تو میگم. امروز چیکار کردیم؟ مگه هرچی گل خریدم مرد. من نمیدونم برم میخندن اگه برم بهشون بگم این همه را برم اکی چیکار بگم کنم نمیدونم. میگه بهش آب دادی به خود من مسخره میکنم. هیچی گل فروشی کار نمیکنه اونجا. نه بابا مردن دیگه مردن دیگه این زنده آره یعنی واقعا هیچ کارش نمیشه که اول بنزم نمیدونم نمیدونم چی شد. آخه ماشینم پژمرده داشت میشد. خب اصلا از در منم بیرون چی عجیب غریب شدم. یه ذره تصمیم نیست. نمیدونم بخورم. نه هم که از ماشین اومدم بیرون آیده شو شد. نمیدونم. من گفتم نکنه. نمیدونم ماشینم گرم نبود ماشین سرد بود. آره نمیدونم آوردم بیرون اصلا همونجوری بود. ولی I don't know how it happened. نمیدونم. No. آها آها. امروز چیکار کردی؟ سگا چطور؟ اینا ول میکنن سگاشون اونجوری نیستن که مثل ما بودن این مواظبت نمیکنن باید بدی بره سگا رو بگو خب چند هفتهشونه؟ شما باشید تا 12 هفته شما بهش بدید سرشونه چه نمیرشون تو خونه چهار تا تو خونه یکیشو تو خونه نگه دار نه تو خونه نگه دارم تو خونه نگه دارم از لای پلا میافتن از لای پلا میافتن این مامان بد شده است روز سهره باشه من میگم یکیشو بیاید تو خونه که عادت کنه تو خونه باشم مثلا میگم رفیق میگم بابا چقدر بار میزنه دارم نمیشونم ماما روز دارم میرم با دفعه بیرون چون یادم رفت که امروز حقوقم میگیرم برم سیفون بیرم پس میگیرم برم میرسم 5 میلیون میرم خونه جبرا بعد خونش هستم به هر فرد با هم میرم آره باشم باید ساعت 7 همه با هم میریم میریم زور رو برنم صبح برمتن بیرون داره برش پرک کنم و تا برم سخت کار دارم خودش هم بست یه درچه بزنم زنگ بزنم
چجوری خور؟ کجا خور؟ آو. چی شد؟ تو چجوری افتاد؟ با کی داشت بازی میکرد؟ چرا؟ مواظب باش. چه بد. بهش میگم بابا میشنوه؟ سینو میگم دنیا از تو باهوشتر میشه. من میدونم. باشه مامان. منم دستشویی. باید نه دستشویی نگه داشته باشم کنم. نه ببیسونده. غذام تنده. باشه مامان برم. Okay, I love you. Love you, bye.
Hey,
What's up with that brochure there?
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Mechanic the other day.
You guys are busy.
What's that?
You guys are busy. You guys are busy.
Well, getting there now. It's not like, nothing like what it used to be.
Yeah.
Cold used to rain.
Yeah. It's on
What's that?
silent, it's on silent mode right now.
Yeah, certainly.
Hopefully it gets picked up.
Yeah. Is that what you're hearing still?
Well, it's hard, we're always busy.
Yeah.
So it's hard to tell if people are just active or actually watching things.
Yeah, when it was, yeah.
Because by this time it should have picked up already, right?
Yeah.
So maybe everything is on like a
Well,
month
it's
delayed.
a lot better than, the last
Last
year.
year.
Last year was
Yeah.
horrible. Nothing. It was just better than better.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's good.
But not, I just need.
You read a lot of books?
Yeah,
Good.
like to read,
Nice. How fast do you go through books?
depending how good it is, a few days,
Oh, shit.
like this one.
So do you end up keeping them or you just like donate them?
If I like them, I'll just keep them because I figure why not, but if I don't like them, yeah, I'll give them away or something.
Nice.
Yeah.
جالب میشه دیگر بشنش هست ولی خب یا معدل هست الان همین مارکت هم همه شما شویه ولی یه وضعیتی هم مشکلی قیمت شیشه سلوزی مشخص میشه یا مشخص میشه پس میتونی ببینی اون صندلی رو میبینی بعد
Bye. Doing, sorry.
Yeah.